Then the Spirit of God spoke to me and said, Bernard, you were able to risk your health to pick this grade from the ground. This is exactly what I did. I killed my only son to reach out to that brother, that sister, to reach out to the humanity. God gave his best to reach out to you. You are that great and he will never let you go. Wherever you are, regardless of the pit Satan has dug for you. As you sing the song, as you move and begin to work and do whatever you're doing under the canopy of the song, the power of the Holy Spirit is lifting you up from the grave, from the pit, from the miry clay, wiping away the tear. God is cuddling you in the warmth of his hand, and he gives you hope and life and vitality again. Rise up in the name of the Lord. Proclaim to the powers that be. Missy, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Sing it, Obu Wafu, Obu Wafu, Obu Wafu, oh, Obu Wafu. Only where Radhe, we proclaim it, we believe it. Obu Wafu, Obu Wafu, Obu Wafu. Let's talk to him right now. It's a call to prayer. Monte brohofaya kahandos. Negrofaya somekio sebrahai. Mukafe ligrafaya sumohoye. Mekondele bohofaya. Ay kibon simranfe grandi dia sobahaya. Our help, our help, our help, our help. Restorer and repairer. We worship, show you gratitude. Abu Wafu, Mendulia Basapa Kadoi. Migro Semo Fai Kenu Brondele Bahose. Worship you, Master. Rabe, oh yeah, yeah. Yes, Menda Frokai Kosa. Migro Fai Sua. Mumbie Fegrahi Asunte Bahave. Mo Fekeli Ibraha. Oh yeah, yeah. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Proceed in the presence of the Lord. Come closer to the presence of Jesus. There is hope, there is hope, there is hope for you again. There is love for you again. Yeah. Sing it, confess it, believe it. Talk it out. Break out of the gloominess. Come out of the spirit of slander. Come out of the words and predictions of your enemies. Sing the song. You're coming out of the pit. Sing it. Oh yeah. Yes, in your house, in your work, in the car, wherever you are, right before those that hate you. Sing the song. Only oh yeah. Our God is a mighty God. Give strength to the feeble. He wipes the tears out of the eyes of those that are broken and shattered. He will not throw away the feeble, those that are down and battered, scarred by your past, imprisoned by the fear of tomorrow. Our God still gives hope. Jesus is his name. No other name given among humanity that you can find a place of safety and refuge from the hollowness of your heart, from the emptiness of your heart, or from all the gloominess stress and all the tantrums of life that has bound you, hope comes again. Hope comes again. Hope comes again. His name is Jesus, the restorer of broken lives, the repairer of shattered dreams. Oh yeah, Obatampa. Our hands lifted to Him. Oh yeah, Ofutu Oba. Jesus. Oh yeah, Daeja Yami. Oh yeah, Aso in every nation. Oh yeah. Good Father, oh yeah, so great. Sing it everywhere. Oh yeah, Obataba. He's a good parent. Sing it. Oh yeah, Ofutu Fuba. He is our counselor. Oh yeah, Daeja. When you feel like rejected, sing it. Oh yeah, Obata. When you are lost for direction, sing it. Oh yeah, a good counselor, sing it again. Oh yeah, a father that would never let you go, a father that would never abandon you. He's the Prince of Peace everywhere. Oh yeah, oh Yame, my soul. When I'm confused, I sing it. Oh yeah, a Father that brings peace and stability. My soul. Oh yeah, let's sing it again. Oh yeah, Obata. Yes, sing it. We offer to Fopa. To Fopa. We are Daeja. Oh yeah, Daeja. Nami. Oh yeah. Ampara se. Oh yeah. Daeja. Nami. Oh yeah. Enti Sammy Bue Manua Nami Pompaya Meja Waso No need Oh Sammy Bue Manua Nami Pompaya Meja Waso No need. Sing it again, Sammy Boy. Manoa. Sammy Boy. Meja Uoso. Unini me Sammy Boy. Manoa. Sammy Boy. Sammy Boy, Manu, Namibo, Fire. Oh, so, now bet you, Mimi, Sammy Boy, Manu, Namibo, Fire. Yemi Robosu Nyame Woso Namenina. Let's pray. Yemi Robosu Nyame Woso Namenina. Let's sing it again. Yemi Robosu. Tiemi Mobrosu Name Woso Nameni. Sing it again to him. Tiemi Mobrosu Name Woso Namen. Matamfu Chami Husnabaya. Tiemi Yes, let there be an open heavens. Yes, I cry out to you. I'm your child and I come before your throne. We come with boldness to obtain mercy and grace to help us in time of need. You can never build your hopes on man, on anything built by humanity. Let your heart cry come before the throne. It is only Jesus that hears. It's only Jesus that responds. Sing it. It's a mercy cry to the one that gives mercy. Let the heavens be open. Nowhere to go but your presence, oh Father.
Brighten your morning with good music.
Information,
News, interviews, inspiration, fun, and
education. Your radio just came alive.
if it matters to you, it matters to us. Join the Go Power Drive for relevant news, information, interviews, and great music delivered to your doorstep through your radio, TV, or mobile. This is the Go Power Drive, Mondays to Fridays on Radio Gold 90.5 FM.
From the center of the equator, from the western part of that continent, from the southern part of that country, from the crest of that road, waves are radiating at high speed from gate to gate, door to door, room to room, stereo to stereo, speaker to speaker, from that station Radio Gold on that dial 90.5, where the difference is obviously crystal clear.
Brighten your morning with good music.
Information,
News, interviews, inspiration, fun, and
education. Your radio just came alive.
She rasa now, one for money. One for money. She rasa now, one for money. One for money. One for money. Missy, one for money. One for money. Missy, one for money. One for money. Missy, one for money. One for money. What shall I render to you, oh God, for all the good things you've done for me? Everybody say, what shall I render to you, oh God, for all the good things you've done? Can we try together? What shall I render, say, what shall I render to you, oh God, for all the good things you've done? For me. Say, what shall I render to you? My soul, everybody say, you saved my soul, and I'm forever grateful for all you've done for me. You saved my soul, say, you saved my soul, and I'm forever grateful for all you've done for me. Nyamie kwa mafata yo, aye yisana one for money, one for money, aye yisana one for money. Nyamie kwa mafata tuntume. Are you ready? Yes.
And that's music coming from a gentleman I've come to respect, a gentleman I've come to love, a gentleman I've come to admire. It goes by the name Joe Metal, and this is a song titled Ayeyin Jom. Sinyankopon fata ya won faman, sinyankopon fata sida won faman, sinyankopon fata tuntuma won faman. Na nkoti no fata dem yemanyeme nyina. Da so and pay nyamena dom ewa hoden ewon kwa. Ada ho munye plan bibi enese mudu kroma. Moko hamude. Omotini de. Sinyankopon na dom etuma asha na pay ya enwa. Asida kese na oda edima wu nyankopon. Tuntum kese na oda edima wu nyankopon. Ono wa showed wa pon wo ban. Ebi amaka de enwa. Onye nyipa nyina na wonyande yo. The what die na da wa show na pay. send our platform be about the CC I was about to do and they be in your accident and they be other one sorry and now young could be our classmates be in primary school. While born home mods now walk school walk invest be or company doctorate be and the paper what about home or they are one sorry and it's another pay at Menka Nasa at Mena Mama kind day one she yankupo nature kwan men fa ahopepro nka da efifie na akobe miracle no hwe on say hwe o the ebet na ho eboko unyankopon na enyim ebu ntwer na kede me rat me do wase enda mo kro enyim be fie asundwim me busuafo wo kro enyi won be fie asundwim ya ntasem boni bia Sapo ya wo ba na enyi ko na enyi beda nyina ma yebotum ya kan de asida kese ne yete mo ono nso oso anado odos ane de ebotum aye da aka de onyankopon de na asa ane menye sho de entum nka de masem no ma mo hwe fi wo na pe an de wa ma ayi nyum omba wa ko ma na pe ma asedanyum omahyewa komema na pay on point free one no na to na kanu wasam na di unyankopon wa dance chi wiazi nyipa nyina. Sometimes we take many things for granted. Sometimes we do. And it's not even sometimes. Most of the times we do. Yesterday when I got to the house a bit late. But in the afternoon, we had done a story about how some police officers had been killed in the line of duty by some armed robbers. And when they were leaving the house going to work, they had told their families that, oh, you're quite jumaba. Nearby. You're beginning Quran school fees in the home. You're beginning a Yamepochina, according to neighbor to the home. Yabadwin asori dan ne ho yabadwin ye fie na yesi ne ho yabadwin no mapi ho se ne betimi atumpon enso no mo koy o man ba bie. That's right, they were shot, they did not come back. I understand it happened around Aplaku, but there are several people who live at Aplaku. There are several policemen who live at Aplaku. But those two policemen won't come home again. As we speak now, we don't have any details as to whether they have any families, whether they have any children. We have no idea how their family members will be feeling this morning. But they are gone. And you think you are special than them. Maybe one of them might be much more righteous than you. But he went and he came back not. Be grateful and show gratitude. Good morning once again and welcome to the show. The name is Sammy Eshun. We'll be spending the next 4 hours with you. I am grateful for the choice to settle down with me for the next 4 hours. By the time we are done enjoying each other's company, you would have engaged me, I would have engaged you. I would have put a smile on your face. I would have informed you. I would have encouraged you. I would have inspired you. I would have educated you. And I would have fed you views and opinions that otherwise you wouldn't have had on any other platforms. So I say good morning and welcome to the Go Power Drive. We are actually starting this morning with a song which I had shelved that I want to share with you this morning. And it's a song that's coming from one of our very own. She's called Joyce Blessings, and she calls this one The Lord's Prayer. Oh, it's a song originally done by
Our Father,
A.B. Quenso.
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth.
Pretty shortly, I'll be bringing you the headlines of the newspapers. I'll bring you a devotional message as well. Share with you the weather forecast for this morning.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Oh Lord. Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Oh Lord. Father, thy is the kingdom, power and glory. Have mercy upon us. Give us more blessing forever and ever. Forever and ever. Amen. Thy is the kingdom, power and glory.
And that's the Lord's Prayer.
Forgive us.
What does it say?
As we forgive.
It's a popular one that we all know.
Who trespass against us? And lead us not into temptation.
Beautifully done there by Joyce Blessing. Bringing us to 26 more minutes before we hit the top of the hour 7. That's when we bring you the headlines of the newspapers. I see more than 30 of you who have joined me this morning. It's good to have you with me this morning, and I thank you all for joining us. Let me share with you quickly the weather forecast for this morning before I, share equally with you the devotional message. And the temperature for this morning will be hovering between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. It's a Thursday morning, 29th of the month of August. And it will be cloudy throughout the entire morning, but around 11, 12 thereabout, the temperature would increase by a point, and it will be sunny from 12 till somewhere around 3 p.m. Yep, 3 p.m. when it would turn cloudy again, which would go into the evening where it would have mostly clear skies. So that's the weather forecast for this morning, but the temperature in the evening will be around 25 degrees Celsius.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give to us some dreaming. Yeah, yeah, one in the dark. Oh my, Erico, come on, Jesus. Yeah, no one can win. Yeah, put to flower, Jesus.
Time to share with you devotional message for this morning by kind courtesy www.patriotnewslive. We are bringing you the headlines of the news, the weather forecast. Did I say the weather forecast? The devotional message for this morning. Please do pardon me. My mind is thinking something else. My mind wants to say something else. And so here we are. Devotional message powered by www.patriotnewslive.com. Credible news that's just a click away. And this morning they have titled their devotional message Prayer of the Heart. Prayer of the Heart. And it says that most prayer begins as Hannah's did, in pain and with tears. But while her prayer was caused by pain, it wasn't confined to it. It took the form of a vow. By casting her prayer as a vow, Hannah involved herself responsibly, even sacrificially, in her prayer. For she both asked and gave. She asked for a child from God, but she also gave this child back to God. Her generosity was an integral part of her prayer life. Hannah showed up at the sanctuary without bringing any sacrifice and boldly presented her petition before her God. She used her own words, her own voice, without intermediaries. Centuries later, rabbis would see Hannah as a model of authentic prayer, the prayer of the heart. If you read the book of 1 Samuel chapter 1 verse 13, you'll find it there. And that came eventually to replace the sacrificial prayer altogether. Prayer of the heart. We have become a generation where if you pray and someone does not hear you, either shouting, screaming, or praying in tongues, then you are not a prayerful person. We have become a society where you must be heard shouting, you must be heard screaming, you must be heard throwing your hands, you must be heard jumping or seen jumping, you must be seen doing something vigorous before you are seen to be a prayerful individual. But look at the model of prayer that the Bible tells us that Hannah exhibited or prayed. She went into the presence of God and she prayed her heart out. It was even concluded she was drunk as she sobbed, as she prayed in agony, as she told God that I need a child from you. Usually, people would go into the presence of God with gifts to present to God as sacrifices unto their God and offer their prayers. But that's not what Hannah did. She went into the presence of God with no gifts, but she went looking at her heart and praying in her heart, sobbing, moaning, groaning, painfully, uttering words that were indistinct but sounded foolish unto even the chief priest, who did not understand the model of prayer that Hannah was introducing. Sometimes in pain, you might be murmuring things that are to somebody foolish, to somebody that do not sound like prayer, because you're not clapping your hands, because you're not shouting, because you're not screaming, but you are sitting in your car and the issues of life have so much encircled you, and whilst you sit your car in that traffic and the traffic light is red, you are there and you are saying certain things and you're murmuring certain things, and those who are around you are watching you and you're wondering, what is this guy doing in his car this early morning? Is he confused? No, you're not confused. You are speaking your heart out to God. You're telling God your story. You're telling God how He should change your story for the world to see. After all, His word says that He's going to lay a table before you, and your enemies will be there, and they will see you even as He blesses you. And whilst you sit in that car, that's all you're doing. You're sitting in that Trotsky and you are saying things, and the people around you are wondering, why is this girl just in this car just praying? Why is this girl just murmuring certain things? Does she not know that she's in a public transport and that she should shut up? No, she's not going to shut up because she's got something she needs to communicate to her God. That's the prayer model I need you to pick up this morning. That every place can be your closet for you to tell your Maker what's really on your heart. Sometimes just to adore Him, sometimes just to honor Him, sometimes just to praise Him, sometimes just to lift up His name and say, Father, I am grateful for life. Because not everybody has had this opportunity, and therefore I'm grateful for this life you have given unto me. Folks, may the prayer model of Hannah be our prayer model. In this modern day and age, if you can't speak in tongues, you're not a Christian. If you can't chase the devils, you're not a Christian. If you can't shout, if you can't scream, then you're not praying. But you see, the Bible says when you want to fellowship with your Maker, go into your closet and speak your heart out. In the long run, she made some proclamations in the presence of God, and she got a son. When she got that son, you know what she said? She said that, Father Lord, I dedicate this son unto you. Today, it is about money. Today, it's about a car that you can give to the church. But you see, even sacrificing your time at a time when people are busily making money is also a sacrifice. At a time when people are busily driving and you are sitting in your car and your radio is loud, you're playing good gospel music, dancing and glorifying the name of your Maker, it is also a sacrifice. Don't be carried away by modern trends of so-called Christianity, but sometimes following the olden days and their ways sometimes is the way to go. May we learn to fashion our prayer life in the format of our big sister Hannah, and may we in the long run pray from our hearts. And this morning I encourage you to read the first book of Samuel, chapter 1, verse 13. There's a very beautiful text there, and I want you to take the time to pray when you get to your office. Never start your day without a prayer. Never start your day without acknowledging the good things that God has done for you.
On you, we've come to give us more blessings, let your glory fall. Oh, come and dwell within our praise. We need you now, we want you now. Oh, come, Holy Spirit, we wait upon you. We've come
and this morning I see you joining me this morning on the show. I see Ike Nana texting, joining me on the show this morning, and Ike says good morning to you with an emoji that shows that he is ready for life and that he's excited about life. I see Ninote has also joined us. Dean Note says, good morning, Radio Go. I say good morning back to you. Daniel Annan Loco says, good morning. And it looks like all of you are excited about today because I see a very beautiful emoji of sunshine, of life at the end of all your text messages that you're sharing with me this morning on the show. I also see Nathaniel Saki joining us this morning. Nathaniel Saki says, good morning, watching you live from the UK. Mark Collins Tete says, good morning, Mr. Station. Good morning, Mr. Tete, and thank you very much for joining us this morning. I see Faustina Ahiata joining us. She says, good morning, and may the good Lord continue to keep you and protect you all. I see Socrates Cicero says, good morning, Team Power Drive. Good morning, Cicero. Thank you very much for joining us. I see Nikwate Vanderpoy joining us, and he says, good morning, Sammy. Good morning, E. Thank you very much for joining us today. I see Al Hassan Sulia joining us. He says, the power station, good morning to you. Hello. Good morning, Al Hassan, and thank you very much for joining us.
Kingdom come.
Enoch Jet Yate says, good morning to you all. May God bless you. I can do spirit listening to you from Times Square, 42nd Street and 7th Avenue. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Alex Tete says, good morning, Sammy. In fact, the situation with Radio Gold and Ghana in general is disturbing my mind. Jehovah Lord is watching, and I pray for his intervention. Have a blessed morning. Thank you very much for that beautiful message. I see Silvanus Odogu has joined us, and he says, good morning, comrades. Good morning, Silvanus. Thank you very much for joining us. You are one fantastic guy. It's good to have you on the show this morning. Isaka has joined us on the show, and he says, good morning, Radio Gold. Watching you live from Bahrain. God bless you, Sammy. Michael Ajahu says, good morning, Radio Gold. Greetings from Iceland. So my question is, who is in charge of Ghana's security, and why are they not concerned? Can't the evil president step down? That's your message. Kobe Blaze says, good morning, still our power station.
Forgive us our trespasses.
I see Evans Ashigbe joining us. He says, good morning, good question, but there is no leadership in Ghana today. NPP hoodlums and militants are in charge of our security. Esther Guashela says, good morning, Radio Gold, the power station. Evans Ashigbe says, sad days for Ghana and Kufadu. Ebenezer Makundao Imbo says, good morning, guys. God bless you this morning. Please, where is Nana Yakwachi? Nana is doing fantastically well. Godfred Dak Lomote says, good morning, Sammy. Good morning back to you, Godfred. Togbi Gemedra says, may God save the people in West Africa. Luke Cage says, good morning, Radio Gold. I'm watching you live from South Korea. We are solidly behind you guys, and hope that my man Al KB is doing well. Greetings to him. Benjamin Ofori Autry says, good morning, guys. Good morning, Benji. Shaibu Isa says, keep it up, bro. I see Foster Billy says, are we back on 90.5 for now? No, we're managing with what we have. Kojo Akumia says, good morning, Sammy. And RKB positive day, watching you live from Tema. I see Azameti Emmanuel says, good morning to you guys. The hands of Almighty God is on. His angels will guide and protect you from for the good work you're doing. And you are sending us that message from South Korea. So Emmanuel Azameti, Emmanuel, please kindly do get in touch with me. You can find me on Facebook using the handle at Sammy Eshun GH. Emmanuel Azameti, get in touch with me. Find me using the handle at Sammy Eshun GH, and let's have a very important conversation. Gamli G. Therefore says, good morning, Sam, and to all of us. I see Anastasia Pat Ahilija says, good morning, Sam. Watching you live from Greater Estate. Hope you're doing well. We're doing fantastically well. Faustina Ahiataku says, good morning, Team Gold. To you, the Power Drive, it is well. Akomia Michael says, hi, Sammy and the crew. We're watching you live from Stockholm. Abubakar Isa says, assalamu alaikum. I say alaikum salam to you. May Allah bless you and protect you. Paul Senyito says, good morning, bro. I'm watching you live from Bridge. May the good Lord bless you and your team. Alhaji Haruna says, Sam, good morning. Good morning to Alhaji. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. I see Kate has shared the stream. I see Nana Majima has also joined us. And she says, good morning, Team Gold. Good morning to you as well, Nana Majima. I see Harriet Ian has joined us. Harriet, good morning. It's good to have you on the show this morning. Naomi Adamale says, good morning, Brasame. Efusena and Akib, you've always been a blessing listening to you every blessed morning. I'm dancing to the song you're playing. Kwekwefi says, good morning, my number one station. Young Grand Toos says, glory be to God for your loyalty as a citizen to Mother Ghana.
Wait up on you.
I see Kwekwefi has joined us. He says, good morning. Good morning, Kwekwe. John Okezi MS says, good morning, Sammy. Good morning, John. And thank you very much for joining us. I see Mami AC Kato joining us on the show this morning. Mami AC, it's good to have you on the show this morning. Thanks for joining us. I see Kate Bless joining us, and he says, good morning, Real Bless TV is also watching you live. I see Ellie Van Pop joining us this morning, and he says, watching you guys from Tardy. It's good to watch you this morning. And there are about 40 of you who are watching us this morning. It's good to have all of you on the show this morning. I thank you all for joining us. So shortly, we shall be bringing you the headlines of the newspapers.
The Capital's Monster Morning Show.
And that was good music coming from Joyce Blessing, bringing us to 8 minutes before we hit the top of the hour, 7. But it's time now for us to bring you the headlines of the newspapers. Sena Numo is here with me. Sena, good morning.
Good morning, Sammy.
I hope you're well.
By the grace, I'm doing well. You?
By God's grace, I'm doing well. I've got life. And that's enough.
That is all that matters.
Yes, I've got
frankly.
life. And yes, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
If you have life,
Yeah.
at least you have an opportunity to better what you did yesterday.
Yeah.
Try.
Yeah.
Try your
Yeah.
best.
Yeah.
Put
Try
in your best. Yeah.
Life is important, you know.
Very, very.
Life is
very,
important.
very.
And sometimes, you know, we take life for granted. We take it
Yes.
too easy.
Yes.
Yeah, because we sometimes feel it is automatic.
Yeah.
It's guaranteed. But there are no guarantees.
You
Look at
wake
these-
up in the morning and you are feeling like as if you woke yourself up.
I'm telling you, my brother. I'm telling you, my brother. You know, and two coppers are not with us anymore. They're gone,
Yeah.
killed, shot. But I'm sure when they were leaving the house, they told their families,
I'll be back.
"I'll be back."
Yeah.
But here we are.
I'm sure they made promises to people
Of course.
that when I come back, we'll deal with that issue.
Yes, we'll deal with that issue.
No.
And they are no more. And so, when we have the chance, we should show gratitude
Always.
for life.
Always.
Show gratitude. Anyway, Sana, you get something to give me?
Nothing. Just like I always try to do, is to tell our listeners that every time we see them online, we are grateful. In fact, there are some who have been consistently watching us.
Yeah.
So whenever we see them, whenever you see them, that they have come online, it's not even the issue of the fact that they spent their credit or whatever watching us on Facebook. That is even a secondary matter. The fact that you have life today and you've decided to spend the little precious time God has given you today, you've decided to spend parts watching Radio Gold, making time for Radio Gold. That alone is very important to us. The time that they spend on us, because you don't know what will happen in the next moment. They could have been spending that time doing anything else, but they've spent it with us. We are grateful for their time. We are grateful for the resources they are investing every day. And Sammy, in this situation, we cannot give so many assurances.
Yeah.
We can't say that, we tell you that we'll come back on air.
Yeah.
That we can only hope. Because unfortunately, the man that Ghanaians have elected as president, who has all the power, has decided that for now, we cannot work.
You are off.
Yes, we cannot work. At least we have small hope that we may come back on. Imagine the number of banks that have been closed. Those workers have no hope at all.
Yeah.
The only hope they have is the hope that they give themselves. But at least there's somebody working to ensure that we come back on air. So we are grateful for the opportunity, and every time they spend with us, we are always grateful. And this morning, I would just like to tell them that I wish them the best of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
That whatever they get is the best.
True.
That every opportunity they try their hands on succeeds.
Yeah.
That God protects and keeps them. That safety that the Bible said that He will set His angels to hold you up, that your feet does not even hit a stone. That kind of safety is what I pray for them. So we are always grateful, Sammy.
Well,
but when you're asking, what do you call it? Whether I have something for you, what do you mean by that?
But when I asked it, then you have gone.
Yeah. Now I have to deal with the listeners, the viewers, and the listeners first.
To want to solve my problem for me.
I don't want to solve I just want to understand your question. I'm not sure I'm capable of solving your problem.
So you can't solve my problem.
Oh, no. Hey,
but you've not even asked me what the problem is.
Okay, so what's the problem? That's why I said I want to understand your question. Further and better particulars.
So I said you get something, give me.
No.
You don't get anything, give me.
Nothing.
Okay. Nobody give you my something, say you can't give me.
Oh, no. In this situation,
so nothing there in the pipeline.
So imagine, nothing that imagine if me, I went to meet somebody and the person says, so take this 100 Ghana, go and give it to Sammy. Do you know what I will tell the person? Send it to him via mobile money. Because I'm not sure if he enters my pocket,
the temptation is too great.
It will come out. I'll even forget that the money was meant for Sammy.
We are going through very trying times. By we, I don't mean us.
No, everybody.
The nation Ghana.
Yeah, everybody. It's terrible.
The nation Ghana.
It's terrible.
There are people I know, that, I do some small business with. That usually, when I'm done with my business with them, I have confidence in them so much that when my payment is due, they'll call me themselves and say, Sammy, your payment is due. But today, when I call them about my money, now I the one they are owing, me the one they are owing, I find it difficult calling them.
Yeah.
As much as they owe me. Because when you call them and they are telling you their stories. So now you begin to feel pity for them.
Yeah.
Because
if you have some money, cry, you have given.
I'm telling you, that your
Hey.
3,000, that your 4,000, that
Oh,
is
it's
with
small.
it's small money. This is somebody whose business has collapsed
Yeah. It's more
and who
compared
has
to their
bank
problem.
loans to pay. So and when they tell you their stories of how the banks are after them and how their properties are being confiscated, then you tell yourself, my friend, zip up. Zip up.
Yeah.
So now, people's businesses are drowning.
Yeah.
And so when they say that this whole banking sector cleaning up has been beneficial, yesterday there was a story I saw.
Oh, no, in fact, is the topic of our discussion. The vice president actually said that.
You know,
And he wasn't talking to the average Ghanaian. You know, the president has never sat down and said, and even decided to deliver a statement to the nation, an address to the nation. Because you're talking about huge job losses in their thousands, in their hundreds of the thousands, some of them direct, indirect, several Ghanaians who have gone home. You have even not sat down and said, let me deliver a statement saying we understand your situation. But this is what we are doing.
But they are cleaning
we
up the
know
system.
what we are doing. All they do is send out the governor of the Bank of Ghana, who is recorded by some pressmen who decide what they come to play, and then we are done. But the issue of dealing with the fact that the man we've given our mandate to comes to speak to us and say, okay, this is what we are doing. This is where we are going. We apologize for the fact that you have been affected. We are looking at those options at addressing your situation. That part has never been considered. And that is the most insensitive thing. And the only thing they know how to do is to listen and see if Mahama will say something. That is what our vice president has been reduced to. He won't go and stand anywhere and address the very people of Ghana who are being negatively affected by this situation. He doesn't do that. All he is listening out for, he has become, I don't know whether he's now in a leash. When they hear Mahama, then they release the leash. That is all they do.
Well, unless
Because former President Mahama has spoken about the issue. He's even the first person of that caliber who has opened his mouth and spoken about the job losses in the financial sector and said that something will be done about it. He is not even in power. You, the vice president, now you are coming to attack him. You are not talking about the situation of the Ghanaians who have been affected.
Well, Senna, I wish I could help you with that, but I can't help you with that because, I mean, you will see it on all the front pages. Me, I haven't looked at the front pages of the papers this morning, but
It's on the front.
Yes,
page.
I'm sure it's going to be one of the topical issues that's going to be discussed by all the radio stations, and the likely how do you call it banner headlines are going to be Mahama jabbed by Mahama. Disintegrated by Mahama this, Mahama that, Mahama that. That's going to be the headlines we're going to be reading. And to be sincere, I haven't seen the headlines of the newspapers. You are the one bringing them.
But you.
There's only one that is in front of me.
You have already seen it.
Yeah, it's only one that I've seen that says. But I'm sure if you go through yours, there'll be.
Oh
all
yes,
of it will be about
there are
Mahama.
lots of
But
it.
you see, the point has to be made that and one of these days, Sana, there are some, in the weeks coming, some bitter truths will be told. Some very bitter truths. And they wouldn't be on this platform. No. It's going to be on a much bigger platform where truths that people don't want to be here will be told.
Yeah. It should be told people
Look,
to their face.
Somebody should tell President John Dramani Mahama that I am telling him that he is too exposed. Mr. Mahama, you are too exposed, sir. That is how come anytime you make a statement, they are coming after you. Because when they know when they come, there will be no protection. That is why Adongo will make a statement and they will dare not. Because they know when they go, the fire that it will be met with. But you see, President Mahama cannot be like Adongo.
He's a former president.
But if he cannot be like Adongo, he should have his generals.
He cannot grant an interview after Bawumia has spoken.
Where are the generals of President Mahama?
No.
Where are they? Look, when this zip line a drone for blood or blood for drone, whatever came. Did you hear any of the so-called former appointees, especially those in the health sector, did you hear them speak? The key people. How many times did you hear them speak, Sana?
They are busy.
It was the Bojo people who were speaking.
Some of them who didn't even understand how the health sector works.
Yes. They were the ones who were speaking.
Yeah. For you see, you know that when you call Alex Egbefia on a health issue, you are calling him because he's a former minister of health.
Yes.
But in actual fact, Alex Egbefia does not. He's not. He does not even understand the problem of the health sector.
I disagree with you.
See,
No,
you see.
I disagree with you.
See, as a minister, one of the things you get to do is to have like an average, like me and you. You have briefings, so you have an understanding of the situation.
Yes, you have just used the word understanding of the situation.
Yeah. But you see, there's somebody. Let me mention one person to you. Me, I've always thought that the one person who will be speaking at this time on health should be a certain Dr. Bampo. Remember him? Deputy Minister of Health at the time. Remember him? You have even forgotten him. Dr. Bampo.
Yeah.
You should look at that guy, CV.
Well, you see, the reason why I disagree with you is this, and it brings us to the same argument we were making yesterday, and the position it took about provincial who are taking over at Bost, okay, and the fact that I said that his CV places him in a communication industry or sector, and you insisted that it doesn't matter. That's how come he's got people to support him. That's how come he's got technical people to support him. But you see, at the end of the day, by the time provincial leaves the place, the wealth of information he would have gotten after serving at Bost for, let's say, a year and a half or more will be too deep. Look at President John Dramani Mahama when he was president. There was no ministry he didn't have information on. None. And he could speak to every ministry by himself with data.
Okay.
So, Sana, I'm bringing you back to your position yesterday. How can you then tell me that Alex Egbefia does not have an appreciation of what is happening in his ministry or in his sector? The point I want to make is this. You see, they do. They do. But you see, they have all folded their arms. And what led them into the 2016 defeat is what they are doing. You see, in 2016, the NDC told itself that some young boys have taken over the party. Some young boys had surrounded John Dramani Mahama and they were not getting access to John Dramani Mahama. And so they all folded their arms and they were watching the government, which was their own government. That is why people like Kokwa Idohu, they were crying, shouting that get off your horses and let's campaign. Then we lost the power. When we lost the power, after they are supposed to have gone to the Kwesiboche committee to go to air their grievances for wounds to be healed, they are still folding their arms and watching. After all, they have seen the usual suspects circling the former president. Hey, boys in Ababimo, the boys are back. So we are not going to do the work. And so they are watching. And Mahama has not changed because the boys are back. But folks, it is about winning power. How many times do you hear them talking about the educational sector? There have been several issues, Sana. The agri sector. How many times? There are just a few individuals you can mention that have been out there defending the legacy of the NDC, be it health, be it energy, be it agri, be it education, be it anything. And I'm not going to mention names, but it's obvious. In your head, the people you are thinking about it is the same people I'm thinking about. And if you like, let's activate the phone lines for listeners to call. The names they will mention will be the same names we have in our heads. But I'm not going to prop anybody. Neither am I going to downgrade anybody or do anybody in. But the NDC, if indeed it's serious about winning power in 2020, and me, it is my concern. And it is in my interest for the NDC to win power. Mark my words and listen to me carefully. I'm saying that it is in my interest. Call me an NDC person. I don't give a hoot because you see, it is better. And I'm looking at myself this morning. Call me selfish. I don't mind. I have got dependents. I've got people that said I was paying their fees. I've got people that I was feeding. Today, it's become a hassle for me. And so it is in my own interest to ensure that the NDC comes to power in 2020. Because if they do, even if they don't restore this radio gold, I am hoping that the economy would be a bit relaxed and people who owe me will pay me. If by God's grace they are able to restore Radio Gold, Senna, I'll get some income. As it stands now, you do not even know whether Radio Gold is coming back. But tell me, if NDC comes back to power, is your station coming back? It is. So in my selfish interest, I'll be very excited if NDC wins power in 2020. And if that means that every day we have to be on the case of the NDC for them to sit up, we'll be on the case of the NDC. Why? Why? Why should John Mahama be defending himself every day, every day, every day? And he's so exposed that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, I'm not going to call him a guy.
No, he's the vice president of Ghana.
But a man who has lied through his teeth blatantly in front of all of us can attack the personality of the former president. What credibility has Dr. Mahmoud Baumia? What credibility has he? Same person who can tell us that there are some names on our register who are Togolese. Same person who can tell us that, oh, Jack, where are you? GPS application. The whole world, who be there. And today, that application that the whole world, who be there, it hasn't even got a subscription of 500,000. It's not even up to 1 million. Even after they tied our hands behind us and made us to compulsorily sign on to that application, it hasn't even hit 1 million. That guy. Who looks on and told us that, oh, it's about time we had a presidency which has a Muslim-Christian combination, and when that happens, we'll be okay. Our Muslim brothers okay? Our Muslim sisters okay? Our Christian brothers okay? Our Christian sisters okay? No, we are in hell. The same Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who looks on for his president to want to build a cathedral, whilst what the ordinary man could chop, we need to get.
No problem.
The same man can attack John Dramani Mahama, and the NDC looks on. Hey, it's serious. This same man who told us that there was money in this system and that we didn't have to borrow, who told us that we were overtaxing the people. And when he became a vice president, he has looked on for that overtaxation to become now a special purpose vehicle to raise loans and bonds that they can't even get people to invest in. Because the people of the world have seen that these guys just talk. There was a video I saw on Facebook yesterday, Senna. I'm sorry to be doing this, but sometimes it's a bit.
Typically, I have interrupted you and said something intelligent, but I don't have time. But why would I stop you?
These are not the times for intelligent.
Why would I stop you?
No.
Because I could have when he started raising issue, there are some issues that could have come in. But why would I stop you? You are not wrong, are you?
It's sad. You
are not wrong. The excuses can be given, but I mean the excuses don't solve the situation.
It's sad. It's sad. Well, anyway. Well, Senna, You have the papers. You came to do newspaper headlines. In fact, I think I should give you all the headlines.
No, please.
So that you
me,
do
yeah.
them. Because Charlie, it's tiring.
You see, I think you put yourself in a Ransford Boache situation.
No, it's tiring.
Yeah.
No, it's tiring. You know, it's tiring. And look at Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. This morning, from what I watched, justifying this unjustifiable action by the Bank of Ghana. How is it justifiable to shut down financial institutions that were employing people? And when we say it, then you will counter it with the statement that you have created over 7,000 jobs in the form of NAPCO recruits who are being paid how much? 700 Ghana cedis. And even that one, it doesn't go. Compared.
Okay, Nancy will help me with it.
Yes, I'll be very glad.
Take it.
Compared to a banker who was earning 3,000 Ghana cedis and having dependents of about 4 people, and he was able to take care of all of them. And these NAPCO people are still dependent on their parents. And they want us to have that comparison. By the way, so far, the common strand that has run through almost all the financial institutions that have been shut down is, apart from the corporate governance issues and the inefficiencies of the Bank of Ghana itself, the common strand is, government owes us. And indeed, government owes them. You make a deliberate decision not to pay contractors, to suffocate them. We saw it in that number 12 footage. NDC contractors, they go suffer. And indeed, NDC contractors, they suffer. The money has not been paid. They are indebted to these banks, and the banks are choking. Does it make sense? You choke the bank, you collapse the bank, and you say, we should clap for you. Meanwhile, you are using over 14 billion of our money.
That could have been used to pay the debt. So. And we'll still have change.
And you say this is sensible. We should clap for you.
This for them.
This is sensibilities at work. And we should clap for this man who is supposed to be a fine economist. Brother, Nancy, good morning.
Good morning.
You people want to do headlines, so you do headlines.
Yes. Nancy will not say anything.
Anonymity.
Sikanasa.
Anonymity. Anonymity.
Sikanasa.
Anonymity. Look,
Except
when they decided
surprised
to
him
form
Nescafe.
the Consolidated Bank Ghana, what was one of the fundamental issues we raised? Liquidity for that bank.
Yeah.
What did they tell us? That bank did not have the cash. This government decided to support that bank, give it guarantees and what. Could we not have done same
for
other banks?
Yeah.
As we speak now, NIB is in limbo.
That's when
Changes left, right, center. Why? Because government says it has created some kind of amalgamated trust to go and support them. But the NIB, in a release, I remember vividly and clearly, told us that if the Bank of Ghana were to pay them, they could meet their capital adequacy ratio, the requirements that they are asking of them. And yet, they say we should sing songs of praises for them because they have cleaned up the banking sector. What is the essence, Sana? What is the essence of telling us that whilst Radio Gold is on air, okay, because Radio Gold owes ECG, okay, the management decides that, okay, we are shutting down. When ECG knows very well that, look, we can negotiate with them. And then every week we say we will pay 2 cedis. And at the end of the day, we will complete our payment.
But isn't that the same situation we are in? A government comes and says that we haven't renewed our authorization for so long. Do you know what? It is not even that we owe them money or authorization. All they needed to do is say, okay, I've given you 30 days. Come and renew your authorization. They didn't do that. First, they fine us millions. Millions that we can't pay.
It's sad. Anyway, you and the beautiful lady want to do headlines this morning. So I leave it, you do your headlines. But tell Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
But why should
Government
I?
spokesperson on John Dramani Mahama first.
Tell Dr. Mahmoud Baumia that Charlie, now the thing it has become personal.
Hey,
Oh yeah. Nancy,
you and him.
because you see, right now everything he says, we will scrutinize using goggles and we will reference him.
You are now going to scrutinize Dr. Baumia.
You know, you see, now it is not about.
Sammy, the very moment they walk into government, I am surprised they are now saying you are going to. Dr. Baumia said what? They are not going to do in family and friends. Wasn't that what they said? The very first announcement was family and friends. In fact, they have done worse than family and friends. In fact, when I was coming, I was trying to, on top of my head, just think about some of the things the president has done. In fact, the president has set records that every dictator in this world will be amazed at. The most number of family members in a government.
No, I told you that the very day he appointed his daughter, I'm like, oh, that is it.
That was unbelievable.
To appoint your daughter. No, girlfriends and cousins and those ones, we can, let it be, but your daughter.
Girlfriends,
Charlie. Allegedly. Like we don't know.
Have you met them anywhere before? Well, so Sabi, we are starting this morning with the Daily Dispatch newspaper. Nancy, you haven't greeted our viewers.
I did. Okay, good morning, viewers.
So we are starting this morning with the Daily Dispatch newspaper. And, let me start with it is not a banner headline, but it's a story that is very sad. How 2 policemen were killed yesterday. And the story is on page 2 of the paper. Let me just read a few paragraphs. And it says, the credit is to graphiconline.com, by the way. And it says 3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the shooting of 2 police officers at Gomwa, Bujumburam, near Kasua in the central region yesterday afternoon. The 3 suspects are being held at the Kasua police station. Graphic Online has gathered. Their names are yet to be known. The 2 police officers have been confirmed dead. One died on the spot, whilst the other was rushed to the hospital the police hospital in Accra in critical condition. He also died later. The shooting incident happened yesterday afternoon between the police and the assailants. So that is
But
it
didn't happen at where they said it, because what I saw the Ghana police put out was around Aplaku.
No, Aplaku was where they
Okay, no,
arrested them.
let me continue.
Okay.
The Central Regional Police Public Relations Officer, Deputy Superintendent of Police Irene Opong, who confirmed the incident to Graphic Online, said the incident happened around the Bujumburang stretch of the Accra-Winneba Road.
Oh, really?
So that's
So
confirmed
it happened
by
at
the police.
Bujumbura, but the guys were picked up at
Aplaku.
Yes. So that is the issue. It's a very, very sad one.
Yeah.
And I think that takes the number to, I think, about 5 police officers
5 in
killed.
2 months.
Yeah.
Is it 2 months or August alone?
2 months.
Yeah.
Last month. And
Okay.
And this
The lady was killed. There were some.
It's sad though.
It's
It
serious.
is very sad.
Yeah.
It's serious. When people get to the
And I'm
extent where
told
they
that-
can just shoot police officers on the spot.
I'm
We should be
told
worried.
that sometimes you see them holding arms. The police, they have their guns with them, but there are no bullets in it.
Wow.
There are
Yes.
counting procedures for all of that. So
Yes.
Wow.
You see that they are carrying the guns all right, but there are no bullets in them.
What are those golf?
Yet we want to go and
go-
buy. What were they going to buy? Night vision.
night
vision.
goggles.
Can you imagine?
Those things they were going to buy, the ones they used to play golf. When they are going to play golf, then they sit inside. What are they? They go
They have
4
a name.
wheels.
They have a name.
Shutters.
No. They have a name.
There's a name for it. What are those
It's one
things?
that they drive around when they are.
Oh.
Is that not it?
No, it's. Well, I don't know the name for that thing.
No, it's what is driven around the course.
Mm-hmm.
What they used to drive the golfers around the course, right? I've forgotten the name.
You see, somebody will give you.
Okay.
the name.
So, also on the front page of the Daily Dispatch, is 14 government appointees target Parliament. It has the photographs of Abu Jinapo, who I hear will be challenging Mutawakilu in Damongo. Al-Hassan Tampoli is going to Gushegu, we understand, Asensubuachi Bantama. Rashid Bawa, Akan, is going for the Akan constituency. Kofi Jameshi will be taking on the deputy minority leader in Ketu North.
Right.
Yes. Amin Adams, we understand, is going to Karaga. Opsana Doe, Katamaso.
Lion is not going.
Lion is not going. So Michael Okere Befi is going for New Joabin.
That's the Free Zones boss. Befi.
Wonderful.
And
man.
you know whose seat that is? You look into the stuff.
New Joabin South. Okay, so it's a story by the political desk of the Daily Dispatch. It says that's at press time last night, at least 14 government appointees are likely to contest primaries in their various constituencies to become the 2020 parliamentary candidates of a new patriotic party. The 14, not in any particular order, include Alhassan Tampoli, Francis Asensubuachi, Abujina Paul Michael Ochiri Befi, John Kuma, and Kofi Nkansa. The others are Rachid Bawa, Amin Adam, Obsen Adoye, Kofi Jamesi, Mustafa Yusuf, Lawrence Ajin Sam, and Ibrahim Imoro and Kofi Nkansa. By the time readers go through this article, they would have had a fair idea where all the above named persons work. Okay, so Alhaji Rashid Bawa is Ghana's High Commissioner to Nigeria, who will be contesting with two others for the right to represent the NPP in the Akan constituency in the newly created Oti region. The Minister for Chieftaincy, Mr. Kofi Jameshi, will try for the third time to annex the Ketu North seats in the Volta region. Mr. Hobson Adoye, a Deputy National Secretary Coordinator at the Kotoka International Airport, wants to contest in Ponkatamaso, a Greater Accra. He's heading to Hohwe. Take my word for it. Tension at Ningo Pampam. And another story on the front page. Tension at Ningo Pampam. Mike Tete wants Sam George. Mind your utterances. I don't know what Jata has been saying.
Okay, so front page daily guide. Is that UNOPS? 100,000 housing project takes off at Amasaman.
Okay.
And Baumia Jabs Mahama. Shareholders approve ADB's 127 million GAT fund, and 2 police officers killed. It comes with a photograph of one of the policemen that were killed yesterday. That is Sergeant Jamesi. And Nana sells Ghana at T-Card. I don't know for how much.
So read that story of Baumia Jabi Mahama, let's see.
That is what you want me to read.
Yes,
I want to read shareholders approve ADBs.
No, that's also one. But okay, so you read the shareholders approve.
That's more important than Baumia Jabin. Shareholders of the Agricultural Development Bank (ADB) have given their approval for the directors of the bank to undertake a private placement of ordinary shares of the company with Ghana Amalgamated Trust (GAT) for the consideration of 127 million. The move is to enable ADB increase its state capital in order to meet the Bank of Ghana's new minimum capital requirements. So I hear that yesterday they had a meeting, and the shareholders have given the approval to the managers of the bank to
secure that fund.
Yes, okay. So that they can meet the requirements, so that their bank can be in place.
Okay, so ABC News. Are you reading any other story?
No.
ABC News is also leading with the Baumia story. So Baumia takes Mahama to the cleaners on banking reforms. I just want our listeners to get an idea of what the Vice President has been saying. The story is on page 3. It says the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, has taken a swipe at former President Mahama over his uninformed remarks on the banking sector reforms undertaken by the Bank of Ghana. Responding to the former president's accusations of the Kufuor administration having undertaken reforms which are inimical to the banking sector without conducting due diligence in the exercise, Dr. Baumia said that the former president has very limited understanding of the issues and admonished him to desist from speaking to such issues which are clearly beyond his intellectual capacity. The former president, in a Facebook live broadcast, indicated that the best option was for the monies being sunk into the reforms to be used to bail out the struggling banks. Explaining the rationale behind the banking sector reforms, the vice president had this to say, quote, "The Bank of Ghana under its current leadership has shown courage by taking the bulls by the horn and dealing decisively with the problems created under the government of John Mahama. To to avert the collapse of the entire financial system. Several of these failed financial institutions could not pay their debts to other financial institutions, and that in itself was threatening to collapse the other institutions. As a responsible government, the Akufo-Addo administration continues to spend considerable amounts of money to pay off debt Mr. Mahama's government and SOEs owed to banks that created liquidity challenges for some of these banks. So that is it. So as usual, Mahama is to blame. That is what he's saying. But also on the front page of the ABC News is also the story of the president. Fiscal discipline restored. Economic indices pointing in the right direction. That's what the president has been saying about our economy. It's on the back page of the paper. It says the president of the Republic Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, says his government over the course of the last 2.5 years in office has succeeded in restoring fiscal discipline in the management of the economy, resulting in the macroeconomic indices pointing in the right direction. According to President Akufo-Addo, the favorable macroeconomic situation prevailing in the country is a firm indication of his government's commitment to the creation of a conducive business atmosphere needed for the private sector to flourish. Speaking at the plenary session of the 7th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD, on Wednesday, 28th August 2019, the president noted that Ghana and indeed Africa, quote, must emulate the story of East Asian miracle, unquote, if the potential of the country and the continent is to be realized.
Who's saying that?
The president himself.
Ghana should emulate what? You said Ghana should emulate what?
Let me quote. Must emulate the story of the East Asian miracle.
Why do they take us for some jokers in this country? Ghana must. I'm holding my phone. Then I'm saying that Nancy must know how to use this phone. I am holding the phone. If I want Nancy to use the phone, I should let Nancy use the phone. You are holding the power and you are telling me that we must. Do the thing. What kind of joke is this?
I thought this man said that we should do a newspaper.
No, but it's a joke. You are holding the thing. The power has been given to you to take us to the East Asian way. Then you say we must.
You haven't heard some ministers even go and say that I am appealing to when he is the minister. So as for this government, that's the way it is. So
okay, so this is a Ghanaian Times newspaper, and the front page I think is the same story. Will be fastest growing economy in the world. President predicts.
What?
He
Sorry,
said
are you
will
guys
be
doing
the fastest growing economy in the world.
will be okay.
So I don't believe the president. Shareholders approve 127 million GAT capital support for ADB, and VIP card sold for construction of 100,000 affordable housing units. 2 cops gunned down by armed men. 3 suspects arrested. Police condemn attack, killing on personnel.
So the vice president was cutting short for the housing when he made the comments.
I'm sure.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. The Chronicle has on its front page, Mahama rewriting banking history, says Baumia. I've restored confidence in Ghana's economy. The president, all fine has not met our expectations. That's according to chiefs. 2 cops gunned down, suspects arrested, and distraught complainant petition CJ over miscarriage of justice. I don't know which page this particular story is, but let me just look for the all fine has not met our expectations. I don't know where it is coming from. And okay, is in the center page. Is by Agnes Ansa. He said it was a Sunday morning in a small room made with wood and thatch roofing. A group of people known as the Resurrection Power Ministry congregants. I think it may be more of an article. So it's a very long article. I'm not sure I will get to even the point where the Western chiefs are saying that the oil fine has not met their expectation. Nancy.
Okay, so Daily Graphic is here, and it says we have restored fiscal discipline, conditions rife for private sector development. President says at Tokyo conference, and IGP places 10,000 Ghana cedis bounty on corpse killer, and ADB shareholders okay shoring up of capital with GAT funds. That is the Daily Graphic. Yeah.
Well, the business finder is next, and he's leading with the ADB story. ADB shareholders approved 127 million GATS cash. VIP cash sought for 100,000 units, and Jack Foundation to help increase rice production. Let me just read that story of the 100,000 units first before I go to the GATS, the Jack Foundation. It said VIP cash sought for 100,000 units by Daniel. Is it Nono Amasaman? Says government's efforts at reducing the housing deficit received a major boost with the start of a 100,000 affordable housing project at Amasaman district in Accra, worth about $5 billion under the United Nations Office for Project Sustainable Housing Initiative. The UNOP Sustainable Housing Project seeks to de-risk and structure infrastructure investment projects in an effort to help attract financing from the private sector to national development agendas. And so that is
if this is what you want to do, when what's the name of the other one? Seglemi is there.
No, I think this one is under the United Nations Office for Projects. So it's not our project. It's not there. I'm not sure we are
very
funding
good.
it.
But yet so Seglemi is there. What's in our way? Meanwhile, I mean the question to ask is how affordable is this? Do you know how much they are going to give it out? They'll say affordable, but you know who will be able to buy.
So let me read your story. Jack Foundation to help increase rice production, and it's by John.
Is it in
Appiah,
Ghana or
Accra? But let me read. The John Ajekum Kufuor Foundation has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ghana Rice. So that should answer your question. Ghana Rice Interprofessional Body and the Ghana Commodity Exchange to increase rice production. The tripartite agreement will also ensure that Ghana bridges the gap between quantity of rice it produces, consumes, and imports. Through the MOE, rice farmers will be able to access cheap loans using their produce as sole collateral with Ghanaian banks.
Okay. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay, so Daily Post is here. Committee to investigate illegal rosewood trade as a cover-up. That's according to Clement Apak. You remember he petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor to do that. And we are told that the ministry itself is also putting out a committee to do same.
I think Sammy was raising a similar concern the last time.
Presidency now an organized crime agency. That's NDC reacts to Don't Commit. That's the contract for sale documentary. And cut your travels abroad and fix security challenges. Security analyst to Ekufo Addo. I'll read that one. Where is it? It is Adam Bona, our own Adam Bona, who is questioning the
security warehouse or something.
Yeah. Oh, Charlie, can't find the story. Okay, you go on.
Let me do the Inquisitor. Okay. He has contracts for sale. NDC flees Nana over poor show, and I think that press conference was held yesterday. It was addressed by the communications officer of the National Democratic Congress, Sammy Eshun. The story is the National Democratic Congress has taken a swipe at President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo over the manner he has handled affairs since the contract for sale scandal involving the chief executive officer of the Public Procurement Authority broke. According to the party, the way the president is going about things, it's obvious that he would clear the people involved in the scandal, just as he did in other scandals that earlier rocked his administration. Mr. Sammy Eshun, National Communications Officer of the NDC, in addressing the media at the 5th edition of the party's Moment of Truth series, said that President Akufo-Addo was forcing to suppress the rot and scandals in his administration. But unfortunately for him, they keep popping up because they are becoming too many. So that's on the front page of the Inquisitor newspaper. Also on the front page of the Inquisitor newspaper is ABAJ's hand in Unipass deal.
Huh?
Please,
what kind of man is he?
Let's see. You see, the hands of Mr. is on page 4 of the paper. The hands of Mr. Ejenim Boateng, the suspended chief executive officer of the Public Procurement Authority, are visible in the controversial Unipass deal that is to deal with single window operation at the Tema Port. The deal, which was to have which was to have started at the port in August this year, is in limbo for now because of issues relating to how the 10-year contract was approved for Ghana Link Network Services Limited and Kupia Korea Customs Service. Events leading to the finalization of the deal point to the fact that the Ministry of Trade and Industry and other relevant agencies bypassed both Parliament and Cabinet before handing over the deal to Unipass. While nobody is impugning any wrongdoing to the embattled PPA boss, questions are being asked as to what went into the 10-year sole-source deal before it was handed over to the promoters. But for the alertness of the economic management team, the deal, which had created huge fury among people working with proper understanding of the working of a single window system, would have gone through with cheeky ease. And so that is it. Now, I think you will hear people bringing up headlines like this. We are questioning everything that has happened to the procurement sector. Nagrat members scream fraud against executives. That's also on the front page of the Inquisitor newspaper. And Mbuabena Samora, which is to me, claims they are also advertising that coming up, multiple scandals lurking at YEA.
Arnold Watting has
already said, pay attention.
Okay, so let me read my Cut Your Travel Abroad and Fix Security Challenge story, and that is Adams Bonner warning the president or cautioning the president. Security analyst Adams Bonner has urged President Akufo-Addo to reduce the number of his travels abroad and pay attention to the country's security. He's also questioned why the security and intelligence agencies failed to pick up signals of the tension between local farmers in the Karaga district of the northeast region and settlers, Fulanis, which resulted in a lot of distraction in the town. A confrontation over a damaged rice crop ensued on Friday, August 23, between a Fulani herder and a local farmer at the village called Bagurugu, when the farmer led two others into the Fulani settlement and attacked the herder, accused of allowing his cattle to enter the rice cropland. And so these coupled with other insecurity situations in the country are the reasons why Adams Bonner is, alerting the president to cut his travels abroad and concentrate and pay attention to the insecurities in the country.
Daybreak newspaper. They have a story, 20-year bond not undersubscribed. That's according to government. It's on page 3 of the newspaper. It says the Ministry of Finance has said that the 20-year bond issued by the government was not undersubscribed. In a press statement issued on Wednesday, August 28, the government said, although the amount received in bids was less than the targeted amount, the nature of the issue did not require that the full amount of 450 million cedis be raised once. Quote, we were aware that given the current market conditions and the limited appetite for longer dated bonds, the size of the debut issue was unlikely to be of a benchmark size, and that was the reason it was structured as a shelf offering to additional issuances could be done over time to reach the targeted 450 million benchmark level. The quote continued, as such, contrary to the articles published, this was not a failed or undersubscribed offering, but a fairly priced offering that has established another data point along our yield curve. So that's
what was the coupon rate they got for whatever they were able to raise?
It's over 20%. Over 20%.
Over 20%. So if you go and then you want to raise a bond and your coupon rate is over 20% and you want to tell us that we should sing your praise, what does it tell you about? You know where they are shifting the conversation to? Mm-hmm. They are moving the conversation away from the coupon rate issue. The moment people demand higher coupon rates, it means they don't have confidence in your system.
But this one was, these shares were given out in CD, right? So it means that a lot of us should be able to buy.
No, but regardless, you see, when you raise the bonds, and then people show interest, and then you want to buy.
Yes.
And then, you say, the rate is, let's say, 15%, 9%, the people will look at your economy and the risks involved. Now, when they see that the economy is not performing well and the risks are high, they are going to demand higher coupon rates.
Yeah, I get it.
So that even if you pay them for 1 month, they know they are getting a lot. So what all this tells us is that, look, this economy is not being looked at favorably, whether internally or externally.
Yeah.
And they say what? The economy, you just read a little headline just a few minutes ago that the economy is going to what? Take off.
We have restored fiscal discipline.
Fact, the president said will be the fastest growing economy or
in
something.
the world.
Yeah. That is the... And there's also a story of landlords chase 60 prison officers over 50,000 cedis rent. I'm looking for a story and I can't find the story. But they have a list of the landlords and the amount that are owed to them. Somebody is owed as much as 11,500.
Prison officers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, so the Insight newspaper. SFG defies government, prepares to mark Founders Day on September 21.
Read.
There's this one, father kills baby hours after birth.
That's very sad.
Just father kills baby hours after birth.
Wow.
I don't know what. Wow. Okay. Midwife converts Aboboya into ambulance. And President Akufo-Addo dragged to Supreme Court for contempt. So let me read the SFG story.
It's on the front page. It starts here.
Okay. In obvious defiance of government, the Socialist Forum of Ghana has decided to mark September 21 as Founders Day. The day, which falls on Saturday, is the birthday of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, founder and first president of the Republic of Ghana. When the president hears this, he will not be happy. Sources close to the SFG say that the day would be marked with a public lecture and an art and photographic exhibition. The public lecture would be delivered by Comrade, what's his name? Opoku, the convener of the SFG, and the exhibition will be opened by Comrade Kwesi Pratt Jr., editor of the Insight newspaper. Public lecture will be held under the broad theme Nkrumah Never Dies. The Akufo-Addo government has moved the celebration of Founders Day from September 21 to August 4, claiming that Nkrumah alone could not have founded Ghana. The government claims that the real founders of Ghana are the so-called Big Six, who formed the executives of the United Gold Coast Convention in 1947. So, actually, we are doing our own. Just that it won't be a holiday, but still, Founders Day, we are going to mark that. Let me read this sad one. Father kills baby hours after birth. And it says, Amidu Ibrahim, 33, has been arrested by the police in Akachi at a village called Bekpo, located in the Akachi South district of the Volta region, for allegedly killing a baby girl hours after she was given birth to by his wife. He was arrested after the wife and mother of the baby, Samanu Ladi, 28, reported the incident to the Akachi police. Chief Superintendent Joseph Jineku, Akachi South District Commander of the Police Service, told the GNA that Samanu Ladi came to the charge office and reported that she gave birth to a baby girl at Beppo on Sunday, but about 2,000 hours, and that around the next day, her husband, Amidu Ibrahim, came to the child and killed her.
For what reason?
Mr. Jinaku said the couple lived together until the woman took seed and decided to go and give birth with her parents in Benin. He said 2 years later, Ibrahim followed his wife to Benin and realized that she gave birth to a boy and was pregnant again for another person, but decided to bring them back to Ghana. The police, exactly 2 months after both had returned from Benin to reside in Beppo, a suburb of Deben. Ladi gave birth to a baby girl. The GNA was told just hours after the delivery. Samani noted that the suspect came for the baby, and when asked where he was taking the baby to, he was mute and vanished, compelling his wife to raise alarm for help. And so it means that the pregnancy wasn't for him, and that is the reason. So if it wasn't for you and the lady had decided to stay somewhere, why go bring her back to your house and then decide? Some people and the things they do.
Well, the Newsday has $655 million unusual cash vamooses. Finance Ministry fingered. And the story is by Curtis Bland, who is supposedly at large in Finance Ministry. Says Newsday's trio of the $655 million unutilized oil money spanning from 2011 to 2018 supposed to be transferred to the annual budget funding amount. ABFA has pulled blank, leaving those with knowledge about how the oil revenues are distributed at the Finance Ministry, Bank of Ghana, and the Public Interest and Accountability Committee (PIAC) speculating that the money may have vaporized into individual pockets. Petroleum revenues due Ghana from upstream petroleum operations, according to the industry experts, are required by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act (PRMA) to be first deposited into the Petroleum Holding Fund (PHF) for disbursement, and where, for instance, the ABFA is not used, should be returned to the chest. But that is not the case currently. Of the accumulated revenue of $4.97 billion since 2011, when this country discovered oil in commercial quantities, the ABFA is the third highest on the distribution of the country's petroleum revenue and should not be more than 70% of the revenue. Newsday can report that out of an amount of ABFA's $1.08 billion allocation, only $827.65 million was utilized, leaving 251.38 million cedis unutilized as at the end of 2018. Add that to the 2017 unspent ABFA of 403.74 million, and total unspent ABFA as at December 2018 amounted to $655 million US dollars. 1.2 million US dollars. According to the Ministry of Finance, a total amount of, I think that they are just trying to give us an idea what has happened over the period. Yeah.
Okay, so the final paper I have is the New Crusading Guide, and front page. Akufo-Addo woes Asian investors, says fiscal discipline restored, economic indices pointing in right direction. What you don't want to hear this morning. And lock up Asaman Kese Palace to lessen tension. Chief of Rasa tells government. And Oko Vanderpoy tops them all as most popular MP with highest votes in Greater Accra NDC primaries. I'll read that. The incumbent member of parliament for Ablekuma South, Honorable Dr. Alfred Oko Vanderpoy, has proven his worth as the most popular and favorite MP in the Greater Accra region based on the high vote rates he recorded in the just ended parliamentary primaries held by the National Democratic Congress. The celebrated MP polled 934 votes out of the 1,142 to win the 24th August 2019 primaries. His main contender, Ephraim Tansaki,
mobile phone cements position as payment king. 20-year domestic bond not a failure. ADB to secure 127 million cedis from GATT to meet stated capital. Board chair shows optimism to clinch deal below 20%. Why the next wave of leaders is African, and scratch card sales to BC WASI candidates. And let me read that story of scrapping scratch card sales to BC WASI candidates. And CATS Ghana, a research and advocacy policy think tank in Accra, is calling on West African Examinations Council, Ghana Education Service, and the Ministry of Education to abolish the scratch card requirement that basic education certificate examination and West African senior secondary certificate candidates pay to access their results online. The country coordinator for CATS Ghana, Mr. Piakusi Adomako, said the practice by which the exams body charges candidates money before they access their exams is exploitation. According to Mr. Adomako, across the world, exams bodies do not charge students any money when candidates want to check their results. And something interestingly, I think there's something about this, the ADB issue that perhaps the BNFT is pointing to, because this board chair shows optimism to clinch deal below 20%. I don't know what it means by that. Let me read the story and see what Bernard Shade reports. On the front page says, to meet the central bank's directive of 400 million in stated capital, shareholders of the Agricultural Development Bank have given approval for the bank's board and management to seek an equity capital injection worth 127 million via private placement from the Ghana Amalgamated Trust. The story continues on page 2, and it says, as of June 30, 2019, according to ADB's unaudited half-year report, the bank's paid-up capital stood at 571.7 million Ghana cedis, but its impaired capital or loss is standing at 273 million, significantly reduces the capital below regulatory requirements, hence the need for private placement. At the bank's 2018 annual general meeting that came off in Accra, board chairman Alex Benasco assured shareholders that the bank's board and management will negotiate the best terms with GATT, so shareholders and customers will be the ultimate beneficiaries of the deal. Quote, we have appointed transaction and legal advisors, and we're in negotiations with GATT to ensure we carve out best terms for ADB. We met GATT and discussed with them, and they are prepared to negotiate so we can reach an acceptable level of terms. We strongly believe we can come to an agreement that will be below 20% per annum. It has to be below 20%, and they are very flexible. We have had discussions with them, and they are open to agreement so that at the end of the day, benefits will accrue to both ADB and GATT. It is possible we can go for less than 5 years, but all this depend on our performances, unquote, he said. Sammy, I thought the GATT...
But the GATT had issues of its own.
No, but I thought the GATT fund was going to go to them at 0%. I didn't know they were going to pay interest on it.
The GATT initially said they were going for they were going to source their funding from
using bonds.
Was it bonds? No, they were initially looking at these funds, the mutual funds, and what was it? And then we raised concerns. Even the ownership as to who make up the GATT.
Yes,
we don't know. Issues have been raised about it. Where they are going to get their money from is an issue. We haven't resolved that. So is it that they are operational now?
But I thought recently a story came out that said that they had given GATT over $100 million from the government's chest. It is not that they have raised their money. It's a story that we dealt with, I think.
No, they haven't seen that.
No, I've seen it. I've heard that story.
Oh, really?
I think that if you do a search on the internet now, you hear it. I think, actually it was Bloomberg that reported that GATT was struggling to raise the money. So government has had to commit funds to GATT. And the Ministry of Finance has not come out to deny that story. So government has, on its own, taken money from government's chest and giving them over $100 million.
Because I'm wondering how they could be operational when even concerns have been raised about the modalities of taking over and then disengaging if they decide to disengage.
I think money is being used, we don't even know who the shareholders of the place are.
I think you misunderstand. Sometimes you misunderstand the government. Your concerns are not...
You understand this?
Yes. I think you are wasting your time. You said your concerns have been raised. By who?
By me.
Akufo-Addo. The only concerns that matter are the ones raised by the president. Even him, I'm not sure his concerns matter much. So, if you raise concerns, it is your concerns. They have set up GATT to do the job, whether you like it or not. So, to go ahead.
We have heard it.
We are going ahead. But there's also this story on the Newsday. I don't know, because they have been reporting on SNIT recently, and they're saying financial loss looms as SNIT as COI dumps costly software for messy hardware system. And SNIT and hardware, software and hardware. And let me read that story some more. And they said the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has set itself on the fast lane to causing huge financial loss to the state, with the latest announcement that from October 1 to December 31, 2019, it will issue statements of account to members when there is already an existing mechanism that caters for that. The story continues.
But do we get any updates for our contributions? No, we don't.
I haven't heard that before. He said, experts in how the scheme operates have told this paper, SNIT, has over 4 million contributors, out of which 1.3 are active, and that they pay at least one monthly contribution within the last year. And that it was to curb the situation where the SNIT will have to be incurring loss that the OBS project, which the current management is still using, was undertaken by the previous manager. Under the SNIT OBS project, the paper-guarded biometric cards were issued to members, with each of the 52 branches having a machine called the kiosk built in the wall in front of the office. The law enjoins SNIT to give statement. It was amended to allow SNIT to use electronic medium for the communication, so SNIT came up with a strategic plan to invest in technology. This includes the OBS project, which includes biometric cards for members, which for the past years had been used by members to check and print their statements from the machines on the wall of each of the 52 branches. I'm trying to find out exactly where there's this one. It continues. Let me jump a few lines. Recall that SNIT issued a public notice this week, which we read in the part that management of the Social Security and National Insurance Trust wishes to inform the general public that it will issue statements of account to members from October 1 to December 31st, 2019. Quote continues. To ensure a successful exercise, members of the scheme should update their email addresses, mobile phone numbers, and any other record with the trust by September 22, 2019. This will ensure that the statements are sent to the right persons and the right addresses. The notice further indicated that, quote, SNIT would not be responsible for sending statement of account to an inaccurate or shared email address are provided to SNIT. I think they are just listening. They are advertising for more. So they said, keep reading Newsday for more on this. So we haven't even got into the scandal yet. They are just laying foundation for us. So maybe we'll get more from. But anyway, even SNIT. SNIT. Then imagine the number of people who are huge contributors, who are in the banking sector, which it has lost over the past more than 2.5 years. Imagine. So the question is, how is SNIT even coping?
Well,
Yeah, no.
oh goodness.
So that is the newspaper headlines. Nancy, thank you.
Why?
Oh my goodness. You people say you wanted government.
Please play music.
Please.
I should play music.
Play music.
50 what? 53.
Yes. Yes.
You say you wanted government.
Yeah, please play music.
And now you've gotten government.
Yes.
Wow. The word government is a very interesting word. You know, they say some people call it government. I call it government. Government. Akufo-Addo government.
Yes. It's a best government ever in the history of this country.
Well, we'll be back. Since Senna says I should play music.
Play music. Play music.
I'll
When
play
we
music.
come back, we'll play to you what Dr. Baumia has been saying. Oh.
Okay, all right. But I think I should come and sit at your place.
No,
For the
you're
rest of the
sitting
show.
there.
I think.
You are sitting there
There's
because the mood you are in this morning, if you sit here, then your mic will be closed all the time.
It's bad.
So sit there so that you can control yourself.
This hole we have landed in, and we would have to endure for the next.
The rat we have landed ourselves in.
No.
No, but
I mean, we don't deserve this. Ghanaians don't deserve this.
oh yeah, Nancy is back with another.
The last newspaper is Graphic Showbiz. It says, how to teach your boyfriend to be romantic. So
Okay.
if you want to learn, go to page 5 of the Graphic Showbiz.
Sammy is romantic.
But
maybe
she should at
maybe I
least
am
give us
not.
a gist of what the paper is saying. You can't just
I am
come and
not-
tease us and go.
I am
Read
not.
a bit of the
That's
paper.
why
let's
we
hear.
have headlines in the paper.
No, Sammy is a very romantic person.
You know, if you relax.
Sammy is a very romantic.
Relax.
So the ladies attest to that.
Sana, you know that, right?
Yes. The ladies
you know that
attest to that.
I've
heard you even speaking to your mom, and that is the most romantic conversation with somebody's mama.
So how can you bring me and my mother's conversation and say that is a romantic conversation? I mean, it means that you are right now. You just whittled all everything I had.
No. Let me explain.
Explain.
You see, when you are so romantic, it shows in everything you do.
Okay.
The way you approach even brothers and everything.
Yeah.
That is it. That's why I'm saying that the way you treat your mom and everything shows that you are a very romantic man.
But I was thinking rather, you'd have said the way I treat Nancy shows that I'm a very romantic guy. Huh? But if you go and say the way I treat my mother,
do you know Nancy's definition of romantic?
But so it means that I don't show you to Nancy.
No,
that's what
you can't meet Nancy's definition of romantic. Thank you.
Then 5 days inside.
So
yes.
read page 5 of
that is where Ransford will say, Kitty Wissy. And yet do and as I want to say, Bobochichi, every Jessia Becatcher, so then Chimewa. This one is coming from Sana Numo, and if we all know, Sana and Nancy, they are like this, inseparable. And if Sana says that me, fine boy, active, very active, energetic,
say it well.
If I can't meet Nancy's romantic requirements, then I'd need more than.
No. And Nigerians call it fine boy, no money.
So this is the finality of the matter.
So the matter.
It boils down to cash.
Yeah, the matter.
And my money no the rich.
Your mother.
But my mother there. Whatever small one I get.
Yeah.
You go take out so no.
Are you?
Oh, so now you are mischievous, my goodness. These are the times I miss Ransford. But now he'll be shouting. Moses Yang.
He would have helped you out today.
Of course.
He would have helped you out.
Of course, Ransford would have helped me.
But he is also angry nowadays because when you start like this and you start selfing out, then you yourself will be there. What are you saying? You will say you are now. You are preventing him from talking, so he'll get angry. Nowadays, everything first the shouting was working. Now the shouting is not working. Everybody has found out the strategy. So now his new strategy is when he starts shouting, you start asking
questions. Then he walks out.
He said, Neko. Then he walks out.
Okay, so Sana says I should play a song.
Let's play some small music. When we come back.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me play this song and
we'll listen to His Excellency.
Yes.
Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
All
right. But Sammy, before you go, do you have that voice where Nana Akufo-Addo says the knowledge, the wisdom of the world has been put in Bawumia's head? Do you have that?
No, I don't have it.
We'll find it. We'll find it and play.
If you have it, bring it in. Yeah. I'll play it for you.
We'll play it before we if we find it, we'll play it before we play.
Okay.
The voice, yes.
All right. Yeah. All right. So my boss says I should play some music, so I'm playing music.
Oh yo yo. See. Oh yo yo. I don't come, I don't show. Hey, see. Oh hey. J Martins. Hey. Oh yo yo. Hey. Everybody say. Oh yo yo. See, my brother, this kind of life not to jolly they go. Hey. Oh yo yo. No matter whether they like you or not, oh yo yo. See, so make you stand to your feet and dance here for me. Oh yo yo. Everybody say, see as God don't wear me a brand new coat. Make una come follow me celebrate. Everybody make una they shout oh yo yo. Oh yo yo, I see. See me I don't come with my kind of flow. J Martins don't come elevate. People they see me they shout oh yo yo. Oh yo yo, I see. Should I God when bless me, lift me, they make me they shine like this yo. I him be the reason why the people they see me they shout oh yo yo. Whether he good yo, whether he bad yo. See God pray do one for me, he go do one for you. Everybody say. Oh
stand to your feet and dance here for me, yeah. Oh, yo, yo. Hey, when I say kulu kulu, Papa and Mama them kulu kulu. Okada, the rivals kulu kulu. Papa God will be there your side, you. When I say kulu kulu, my brothers and sisters kulu kulu. Everybody wait there, kulu kulu. Papa God will be there your side, you. Yes, I see, wait for your blessing. I don't mind on. Everybody wants to make a way. This life where we there, no matter how you do, enemies must stuck, yeah. As God don't bless me, oh, that's all he gonna bless you, oh, child God pray do one for me, he go do one for you, everybody say, see, my brother, this kind of life, not to jolly they go, no matter whether they like you or not, see, so make you stand to your feet and dance here for me, everybody say, God, he don't bless me, yeah. See, as my life with the sweet, yeah. Make una they chop me like biscuit, yeah. Chai, now my song, yeah. See, anywhere I go, I just scatter, I know they agree. Them say me a too harsh for the matter. No be you, be my God, yeah. So make you watch, what you they talk, yeah. No. Should I God when bless me, lift me, they make me they shine like this, yo. Now him be the reason why the people they see me, they shout for yo, yo, yeah. See, whether he good, yo. Whether he bad, you, child God pray do one for me, he go do one for you, everybody say, see, my brother, this kind of life, not to jolly they go, no matter whether they like you or not, see, so make you stand to your feet and dance here for me, everybody say, see, my brother, this kind of life, not to jolly they go, no matter whether they like you or not, see, so make you stand to your feet and dance here for me, Jay Martins.
So that was Jay Martins with a song he calls Oyoyo. And that brings us to 10 minutes after 8. If you just join us, you are welcome to the show. For those who are watching me, I'm sure you can see me straining to have a look at something on my screens, and that is the full text of the Bank of Ghana's update on the banking sector reforms, which I'll be sharing with you pretty shortly. It's become necessary for us to talk about this because of the statements made by the former president, John Dramani Mahama, who is the flag bearer of the NDC, about how the government of Ghana, led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, could have approached the banking sector reforms more humanely and protected some of the jobs of people who have lost their jobs, and the way it was handled. He spoke about it. I believe, understandably, has gotten a reaction from the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and that's going to be the focus. The banking sector reforms. How beneficial has it been? Was the former president justified? Is the vice president justified for his position he has taken? We'll interrogate all of these issues. But to, make it easy for us, I believe it would be most appropriate if we start with the former president and flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, when he first made comments about the banking sector.
Suggesting that the Bank of Ghana should have continued to dole out the largesse.
This is not the first time Ghana has faced a crisis in our financial sector. The Financial Sector Adjustment Program, popularly called FinSAP, during the 1990s, used the Non-Performing Assets Recovery Trust, NPAT, as a vehicle to offload the toxic liabilities of the banks and clean out the financial sector. During the world financial crisis, it was not uncommon that many countries, because of the strategic nature of their domestic financial institutions, provided bailouts in exchange for equity in order to prevent a chaotic meltdown of their financial sectors. As it is, our central bank chose the path of a chaotic resolution and has created grave social and commercial dislocation with an accompanying huge debt that governments has no clue how to even begin paying down. The Policy Working Group on Finance and Economy that I set up recently is studying and analyzing the situation with a view to coming up with pragmatic steps that we can employ, not only to restore the confidence of our people in the banking system, but also to ameliorate the suffering imposed on the customers and staff of these financial institutions caused by the poor handling of the crisis by this administration. The Policy Working Group will also come up with plans for restoring the indigenous stake and participation in this all-important sector. We'll consider ways to promote greater financial inclusion and innovation, and consider setting up an appropriate vehicle to regulate microfinance and allied sectors in particular, while developing the rural banking sector and enhancing the role of the ARB Apex Bank's supervisory structure. A future NDC administration will assess the effectiveness of the regulatory architecture and identify gaps as well as the needed reforms to promote greater financial stability and growth. We'll also consider temporary freezing of new banking licenses for a period of time, while encouraging as many banks as possible to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange within a reasonable time frame. We'll look at the receivership and liquidation framework in the Act to make it easier for the administrator to reverse a decline rather than making it automatic for an insolvent bank to be liquidated. While at it, we call on the Akufo-Addo administration to lift the veil on the beneficial shareholders of the Ghana Amalgamated Trust and to curb its supposed predatory bailout assaults on the remaining banks, which include state-owned banks. Meanwhile, I wish to assure all those who have suffered in one way or the other as a result of the approach being used by the current administration that we stand by you, and we're working very hard to take over the governance of our beloved country in 2021 and to bring certainty, financial security, progress, and prosperity to all Ghanaians, irrespective of their ethnicity, their family, religion, or political affiliation. Since the coming into office of the Akufo-Addo-led administration, we've witnessed certain developments that have shaken the very foundation of our people's confidence and trust in the whole financial system. Actions aimed squarely at the indigenous and homegrown banking sector have ushered in a new age of financial exclusion for the already squeezed Ghanaian. Among others, we've seen the licenses of 9 universal banks revoked. Others have been merged. Finance houses and savings and loans companies have also had their licenses withdrawn. And 347 microfinance and 39 microcredit institutions have been shut down. Indeed, we're told that the central bank has so far closed 420 financial institutions that it deems insolvent. The crisis has created major problems in the banking and financial sector, including deepening the already widely held mistrust and lack of confidence in the system by many Ghanaians, and there appears to be no end in sight. It has also dealt a significant blow to the indigenous banks, because such institutions usually have no external support to count on. While this development may appear as a threat to only the businesses that have been shut down, it is in fact a threat to our national security. Indeed, as has been widely touted, ownership of capital matters. The ethnicity of capital is real, and the banking sector and financial system of a country are part of its national security architecture. The developments in the banking and financial system, the licenses that have been revoked, the massive job losses, the hardship this is causing to some customers, and the trauma of having their lifetime savings in jeopardy. There's also the consequence on the health and well-being of customers and workers, including honoring their obligations as parents by providing for their families and dependents, paying school fees of their wards, and paying rent in order to give their families decent and safe places to lay their heads, among others. These are trying times, indeed, and as a leader of the main opposition party, I cannot look on unconcerned. We cannot look on without our voices being heard and without being on the side of the many people who may be agonizing over the situation because they have lost their capital investments, they've lost their lifetime savings, their jobs, their businesses, or the fear that their deposits are in jeopardy and are therefore uncertain about their future and that of their families. Those who've been hardest hit by these unfortunate developments include especially market women, artisans, cocoa farmers, and the many operators in the informal sector of the economy whose hard work and yet modest earnings oil the wheels of our national economy. In all, it is estimated that more than 20,000 people have already lost their jobs as a result of the financial sector shutdowns. The number could be even higher when you take into account the indirect job losses occasioned by this crisis. Apart from the livelihoods lost, the resolution cost of nearly 20 billion Ghana cedis, as we are told, ultimately becomes a burden on the Ghanaian taxpayer. This comprises the 12 billion for the universal banks that were shut down, another 7 billion provided and expected to be used for the saving and loans institutions and finance houses, and approximately another 1 billion for the microfinance institutions. The current provisions made for the debt in the mid-year review budget amounts to about 3% of GDP, and will, together with the fresh debt incurred in the energy sector over the period of the Akufo-Addo administration, put the fiscal deficit above 11%. And it will move Ghana closer to the debt distress threshold of 60% debt to GDP ratio, even with the rebased figures. There are many valid questions to ask, including whether the revocations and the mass closures were the best options under the circumstances, or whether there were no other options available to resolve the problem. What part did the debt owed by government to its contractors and suppliers play in the insolvency of these financial institutions? And to what extent did the utterances and posturing of the central bank create panic that resulted in a run on many of these financial institutions? It is tried knowledge that no bank or financial institution, no matter how big, can survive if there is a rush on investments, especially when induced by the pronouncements of policymakers or regulators. We can also ask, what role did the macroeconomic challenges and energy sector crisis of the past several years have on the slide into insolvency of some of these banks? And what due diligence did the Bank of Ghana do on the situation before commencing these closures?
Is former President Mahama suggesting that the Bank of Ghana should have continued to dole out the largesse of public funds to enrich bank shareholders who themselves plundered assets of their banks funded with depositors' funds? Was he expecting the government to nationalize all the failed financial institutions? Is he aware of the reforms around the world, including outright statutory prohibition of bailouts in some jurisdictions, since then, to ensure that financial institutions that reach the point of no viability are made to exit the financial system in an orderly fashion, even before they reach insolvency? Does he not know that keeping dead financial institutions alive by public funds under the pretext of too big to fail destroys the financial system and the economy as a whole? Actually, many of the financial institutions which had their licenses revoked could not even pay customers their deposits. Even some deposits as little as 300 Ghana cedis could not be paid. So has the former president not taken the trouble to learn from the experiences of countries all over the world in the financial crisis management? Obviously not. Hence his admission that he has had to set up a policy working group on finance and economy that is now studying and analyzing the situation with a view to coming up with pragmatic steps, end quote. The former president and his NDC really have nothing useful to offer the Ghanaian people in this regard. It is common knowledge what is the best way to go. Former president would like Ghanaians to believe that he knows how to stabilize the banking sector, but he kept banks in their comatose state until they died, instead of allowing the regulator to do its work independently as required by the law to administer the prompt interventions that were needed to ensure that the banks recovered. The Bank of Ghana, under the current leadership, has shown courage by taking the bull by the horn and dealing decisively with the problems created under the government of John Mahama to avert the collapse of the entire financial system. A few well-capitalized, liquid, and sound banks than many undercapitalized and illiquid banks that cannot effectively function as banks. This problem in the banking system was obvious in 2014 and even before. It is a problem that President Mahama and his government should have already thought about. Even when we were in opposition, when our government was in opposition, we pointed out on the basis of available data that at least 8 banks were likely to collapse. We were the opposition, and we made that assertion. We pointed it out in opposition. So, yet nothing was done. So when matters came to a head in 2017, the Bank of Ghana took a decisive step to resolve the situation. But today, the response of President Mahama is that he's going to set up a committee to tell him what to do. You have been looking at this problem since 2014. It is 2019 now. When you are in leadership, you take decisions when it's time to take the decisions. And now you want to set up a committee, knowing the full fact, to tell you what to do. This is just the same approach he has taken to the free SHS, and this does not demonstrate leadership. When you are faced with a real crisis, you take firm decisions. You don't dilly-dally to play to the gallery after the fact. If the Bank of Ghana had waited for the banking system to collapse, it would have been a national security issue. In fact, the saving deposits of over 4.6 million depositors, saving those 4.6 million depositors has enhanced our national security. The benefits of the banking sector cleanup exercise are evident for all to see. We have done it and the results are positive. Instead of setting up a working group to learn about how to manage a financial crisis, former president should simply learn from the work we have done. He should also encourage Ghanaians to get into the habit of repaying loans that they have taken from banks.
This is not the first time Ghana.
So the voices you heard, I believe I introduced the first one. The first one was that of the former president, John Dramani Mahama, who is the flag bearer of the NDC. Second one is that of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the vice president of our nation. So I hear the vice president speak, and he says the benefits of the banking sector reforms are evident and that all can see. Now, what this vice president stops short of telling us were the evidences? Where are the evidence pointing to the fact that this banking sector reform has been beneficial to the Ghanaian? Where is the evidence? This vice president tells us that the former president must know that worldwide, this is how the world has approached crisis in the banking sector, collapsing both indigenous and non-indigenous banks. But what this vice president stops short of telling us is to give us examples of countries which have killed their indigenous banks as a result of wanting to reform banks. What he stopped short of telling us was institutions or countries in the world which have sacrificed the livelihoods of their citizens as a result of wanting to reform a banking sector. But you see, I may not be a financial expert, but during the recession in the US of A, did you see the bold steps that the US of A took as a nation, seeking to protect 7 key industries and financial institutions? I remember those times, the popular names that were popping up on CNN and BBC, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and a few other names, American Express and Co., which the government pragmatically took steps to save. And yet, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wants Ghanaians to say that he has done well because he has killed indigenous banks. UT Bank, a wholly indigenous bank. First Capital Plus, indigenous bank. Unibank, indigenous bank. Which other financials? Beige Capital, indigenous bank. All these financial institutions were killed by the Bank of Ghana.
GN Bank.
GN Bank has been killed.
I think there's a certain...
And the vice president says we should sing their praise, and that the previous administration did not have an idea how to resolve this matter. Well, somebody should tell him that maybe he doesn't understand the banking sector well. That maybe the previous administration that he speaks about, that they did not understand what was going on, it was because they understood the banking sector so much and that they knew that the path which this administration has taken was going to be so much of a burden on Ghanaians. That's how come they sensibly set up something called the Energy Sector Levy. What was the Energy Sector Levy meant for? It was to absorb some of these shocks when they come and to give some breathing space when it comes to the financial or the banking sector. I always ask the question that if you knew, you see, when you are talking about the banking sector and its reforms, there are some key issues that one should always look at. One of them is the capital minimum adequacy ratio that the banks were supposed to meet, the capital requirement that they were supposed to meet. If you tell somebody to raise 400 million and you realize that that person cannot meet that 400 million cedis, what do you do? Sana, is there a possibility of a review downwards for these banks to meet them? After all, you set up these things to ensure that when banks are lending money, they are able to lend within their capacity. So you tell them, okay, it's a review downwards. Meet me at 300 or 200. And after that, you ensure that the lending capacity of these banks has a threshold. But no, they stayed at 400 and ensured that they collapsed these banks. Issues about corporate governance problems within these banks. If this government was wise and sensible enough to say that they were setting up CBG, could they not have set up the same GATT that they have set up to lend money to NIB and Co?
Sammy,
could they not?
You have a guest on the line.
I have a guest on the line.
Yeah, Professor John Gashi has been writing about this. He titles it "A Search for Our Lost Miles in the Financial Sector." He's on the line.
Let me speak to Professor John Gashi. Prof, good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you're doing well today, sir.
By the grace of God.
Prof, we are talking about the banking sector and the reforms. Me, I'm an ordinary man, a layman. I'm trying to wrap my head around the issues. One, the minimum capital requirements. What are the reasons for the Bank of Ghana requiring banks to meet a certain threshold in terms of their liquidity?
Well, I think from history, we do know that financial institutions, they integrate very much with the entire society and the economy. And it is also susceptible to face challenges. So when you face challenges, that will affect your customers, depositors, etc. There should be some money available that the regulator can fall on to try to deal with the situation. So that is why in some cases we call the minimum capital risk capital. So that when such situations happen, you can fall on it to deal with some of these things. But the Act gave that obligation, that mandate to the regulator, that is the central bank. But as to how much to be the minimum capital from time to time will have to be done in a transparent and reflective of the industry and the economy within which you are operating. As I indicated in that write-up, this banking sector reform didn't start in 2017. It started way back. And when banks and deposit-taking financial institutions at 930 was put in place in 2016, it was discussed with the chief executive of the bank at that time, and they were expecting that they will be requiring some 290 million Ghana cedis. That was the expectation that they were having. Remember, the act itself was passed and assented to by the president on 14th of September 2016. And normally there is a period within which you sensitize the stakeholders in the industry about the main content of the act, which was done primarily using IFC, that is the private sector arm of the World Bank and the Bank of Ghana itself, and that took some time. So the real implementation of the act was to start in 2017 with the expectation of 290 million Ghana cedis. But as to how come the Bank of Ghana all of a sudden decided to move the money to 400 million, many players cannot explain. So that is why people claim that all these problems we are talking about is not merely because of the problems that are being identified, but the approach, and the approach includes the determination of the minimum capital. Because all the banks don't do the same business. Some of the banks just concentrate on SMEs. Some of the banks don't even have as part of their strategic plan to do business with major oil companies or the oil sector in Ghana. So, if you look at your economy and do an assessment of the industry, their portfolio, what they have been doing over a period of time, there was a need to look at whether you need to discriminate the minimum capital based on the activities that you have been undertaking. But all these suggestions were put on board. The Bank of Ghana and the government just used to take any suggestion from anybody. So the point is that Bank of Ghana is supposed to determine the minimum capital. You need to look at the business that the banks have done so far. You need to look at the size of the economy. But as to the actual amount, you also need to ensure it is a reflection of whether the minimum capital would destabilize the banks or not. So I think that is what I can say about the minimum capital issue.
So if me, as a layman, if my thinking is correct, that, for instance, if the Bank of Ghana had decided to review downwards the minimum capital from that 400 they were requiring of the banks, we would not have found ourselves where we are. Is that a possibility?
The point that there was no reason to review the minimum capital downward. Are you talking about the minimum capital in existence before this or the 400?
The 400.
Yes. So it means that even if they were to peg it at 300, many banks would have met it. Because it will surprise you that some of the banks could not meet the minimum capital by about 80 million Ghana cedis. So it means that some of them were having about 320, but they couldn't meet. And some of them were having some arrangements that could meet the minimum capital. I believe you listened to the news that the shareholders of ADB met and passed a resolution that the board of directors to sign an agreement with GAD so that they can meet the minimum capital.
Yeah.
Now, what it means is that as we speak, ADB has not met the minimum capital. Now, that is a serious discrimination in the market. In fact, if it were to be in other market by now, the governor will be asked to leave, because you collapse some banks in December 31st because they couldn't meet the minimum capital, but you allow some banks another period of 3 months up to 31st March 2019. They didn't meet it. We are in the last days of August. They have not met it. What kind of regulatory behavior is that? So you realize that along the line there was so much discrimination, violations of the rights of businesses. We need to appreciate the fact that in Ghana, as a democratic country governed by law, our businesses too have rights. So you cannot discriminate against banks. Over this period of time, you collapse some, but some are still there without meeting the minimum capital. But the governor is happy with all these things. So I think that is why when people say it is the approach and the orientation, people need to understand that it is not because the banks were having problems. That is why we are facing this problem. It is the approach that we started with in 2017 that has led us to this point. So I do agree that if the minimum capital were to be a little bit lower, some banks would have met it. So the number of banks which wouldn't be able to meet the minimum capital would have reduced.
Now, issues about corporate, governance also popped in the course of the conversation about the banking sector. So, regardless of a company meeting the minimum capital requirements, even if it had been reduced to, let's say, 300,000 or 250,000, the issues of corporate governance systems in some of these banks, especially those that had gotten liquidity support from the Bank of Ghana, would have still popped up for them to be shut down. Or?
You see, people just play with corporate governance as if it's something so new. Corporate governance is all about structures, systems, including regulatory structures and systems, the caliber of people you put in place. Now, let me now take the issue of structures. Normally, structure responds to development. So as we go along, we have corporate governance settings, but when the structures are weak because of the dynamic of the sector, you improve upon the structures. The caliber of people who are managing the system. If the dynamics of the banking system require that you need to get people with extra skills, etc., you need to do that. So it's not as if we are developing corporate governance for the first time in the banking system. It is there. But the corporate governance is such that it has a linkage with regulatory governance. So, for example, if you read at 9:30, it says that if you are appointing top management of banks, for example, the board of directors, the CEO, the deputy CEO, the risk management director or officer, the internal auditors, all these people are supposed to be scrutinized and approved by the Bank of Ghana. Now, what it means is that corporate governance is not delinkt from regulatory governance. So if there is a corporate governance failure, we don't want to see Bank of Ghana talking at the rooftop all the time as if they are not part of the corporate governance arrangement of the country or of the banking system. So if there is a corporate governance failure, it's also a failure of regulatory governance. But this is what we are not getting, because it is not the banks themselves that give report to themselves. All the reports they have, they send it to Bank of Ghana as part of the corporate governance structure. What were they doing with all those reports? So I think that we are overstretching and skewing the corporate governance arrangement. It is between the management of the bank. We need to look at the structure they put in place, and all those structures are dictated by Bank of Ghana. So it is Bank of Ghana who always is satisfied with those structures. So why are they talking as if it's a structure that the bank must develop irrespective of whether they are there or not? All those structures are enshrined in the banking law and the directives given by the Bank of Ghana. And it is the Bank of Ghana that has the supervisory jurisdiction over all commercial banks. So I believe this is how we need to appreciate what corporate governance is all about. It's not something jargon that you are throwing. It's real, it is practical, and it is linked with the activities of Bank of Ghana.
Prof, I listened to the Vice President, and he said that this is how banking sector reforms have been done in the past or in other countries in the world. Take the bull by the horn and not approach it the way the NDC had looked on. Is that how it's been done in the world?
Well, I think there are many approaches to how banking sector reforms or solutions are arrived at. And I want to take a benchmark case that is from Sweden in the early 1990s. And this approach has actually been selected and flagged as a flagship approach that has been adopted by many Asian countries. So that is why I want to use that. Now, what they did was they realized that the crisis they were facing was endemic and was going to collapse their economy. And any manager of the economy should be very sensitive to the approach is adopting to deal with banking sector or the financial sector, because the collapse of the financial sector is the collapse of the livelihood and the economy itself. And it's not surprising what we are experiencing in Ghana right now. So in Sweden, what they did was they said that yes, we have a central bank, but what we're going to do is that let us all agree, let us form a unique committee. And that committee will be, the representation of the committee will come from the central bank, their finance ministry, their professional bodies, parliament from two sides. That is representation from the opposition and then the government in power. Then the representation from labor union and all other stakeholders that they found to be relevant. So they form the committee. Then they look at the entire system. Then they put in place scenarios. They realize that this scenario, definitely, no matter what we do, this bank will collapse. But assuming that we take this scenario and this bank collapse, how much will it cost us? So they do all this thing and come to that agreement. So they have an estimate as to how much it will cost. So they went to Parliament and sought for approval. And Parliament approved it. So all that they did was to come to the public to have a joint press conference and say that we have gone through the banking and financial sector. These are the problems we find. And this is how we want to handle it. These are the members of the committee that came out with this solution. It will cost this amount of money which will be approved by Parliament. So there should not be any need for anybody to panic. Just consider it that you are in Bank A, but we just move you from Bank A to Bank C. All your entitlement, everything remains the same. Now, those banks that will be collapsed because of the nature of the problem, how much is due to the workers? How much is due to people who have their savings there? This is the amount that will be approved by the state. This is going to deal with it. So the announcement came like any normal announcement. It didn't cause any problem to anybody because there was comprehensive undertaking in terms of what to do and what not to do in the interest of the people and the economy. So that is the approach. But over here, look at what we are doing. The first thing that we send a warning signal, then panic started. Then people, some banks are owned by contractors, which we know. But we have refused to pay those contractors to go and pay them. So liquidity problem began. Now, some of these banks decided that the central bank is always what we call the bank of last resort. So they go to them to borrow money, which the central bank terms as liquidity support. But again, the people managing the central bank and the government begin to speak as if that money was a free money given to the people, when in reality, it was a loan given to those people so that they can have liquidity, give loans to their people, get their profit, and pay them at a rate of around 24% at that time. But because I don't know the orientation we have, we started turning out lies into the system as if that we have taken a state money and gave to those banks free. Meanwhile, it was a loan. It's just that we call it liquidity support. So you realize that our psychic, our orientation, our behavior during the time that we started this process of cleanup was not the same as what was happening in Sweden. When it was nationalistic, they consider all the stakeholders and they consider a common approach. Now look at it. Even from the beginning, Parliament was not even clear what was going on. So when people were crying, Parliament had to call for indoor or in-camera hearing as to what is going on. Meanwhile, we have Public Financial Management Act that says that if you're going to use state money or you are going to spend any state money or borrow on behalf of the state, you must go to Parliament for approval. We didn't hear that. So every day, when anybody key in the sector going to talk, or we have spent 2.2 billion, the next day it turns out it is 7.7 billion. The next time it is 9 billion. The next time it is now we are talking about 13, 14 billion. And yesterday we started talking about 21 billion. That is not how it is done elsewhere. So when you do that, trust is missing, confidence is lost, and people don't know what you are doing. So I think that is the issue here. So there are examples. And as I've said, there are examples. So nobody should think that this is the best. If the best is creating psychological trauma for your people, if the best has collapsed financial institutions, if the best has collapsed private businesses, if the best has created more people in the poverty line, how do you put your chest out and say that is the best thing you can do for this country?
Prof, forgive my lack of understanding of the banking and financial sector, but the Vice President says that this cleanup has generated a lot of benefit for us as a country, and that we should look around. It's so obvious. It's everywhere. What benefits are there to show for the banking sector cleanup? Are the banks now being able to give out more loans? Are customers of these banks getting lesser interest rates?
Unfortunately, I'm not the one who said that. So the one who said it should come and tell us the benefit.
But at least
what I'm aware of is that there are many people who have savings and investments in banks which were affected compulsorily without consultation with anybody. These banks have actually slashed their interest that they engage in to two, and then they have it for them. Some of them, their monies that they need right now have been compulsorily elongated to about 10 years. So those are the things we see. So I think if we have anything good, any good intention, we can express it. But we cannot be behaving as if that all that has happened is all good, that we should be clapping for somebody. No. There are serious issues that have been created by the approach we have adopted, and we need to be sensitive to that. And I think I need to use this opportunity to address one issue that has not been coming up very clearly. Is it people thought that banking sector crisis is something that comes up within a year or two? No. Let me tell you the genesis of the banking crisis, which have accumulated over time. Now, you remember that in 2006, we had what we call removal of secondary reserve. Now, the understanding is that this minimum capital you are talking about is just there with Bank of Ghana, but your activity will be benchmarked against it. It is not money that is operational capital for the bank. So it's like somebody will say, it's like insurance. If nothing happens to you, you don't benefit from it. I think you are getting my point.
Yeah,
so
I do.
So along the line, we change the regulations that we are no more going to take secondary reserve, only primary reserve. Now, what it means is that those monies were available to the bank. So you remember 2007, thereabouts, the government in power at that time was boasting that if you go to the streets of Ghana, you will see people calling for loans here and there. Now, when you face that situation, risk management procedures are lowered. Processes are lowered. In fact, some people receive loans just on a sheet of paper. And people working in one place were able to take loans from about 10 places. So all those defaults are crystallized into long-standing, non-performing loans. They were not able to pay. Now, you also recall that the government at that time initiated what we call President Special Initiative.
Mm.
Now, can you tell me any of those companies which are standing now? Perhaps zero.
Mm.
Now, the truth of the matter again is that in Ghana, both government and private sector businesses use about 90% of debt to finance their activities. Now, the question is, all those PSI which collapsed, where did they take their money from? Commercial Bank, ADB, NIB, etc. So, were they able to pay? The answer is no. Did it crystallize into non-performing loans? Yes. Were you aware that there was a time that government wanted to supply equipment to people under the PSI? They went to Bobo and collected a lot of machines. They used some financial institutions in Ghana for that. Those monies were not paid. They became albatross on the heads of banks. And banks have to even set special companies to manage those debts. Some of them finished paying. Some of them, every month, they have to dole out 1 million Ghana cedis to Bank of Ghana as provision, as required by the law. So, let us get it clear. This banking sector crisis is not from 2014. It's not from 2012. It is about 15, 16 years old. So we need to appreciate what we have gone through. Then you remember, even in the time of President Kufuor, we have been talking about legacy debt in the energy sector. I believe you recall that.
Mm-hmm.
The question: did we pay it? No. Did it accumulate more? Yes. Until it got to a point that we need to find a lasting solution to it. That was why in 2015 we had what we call the Energy Sector Levies Act, because all other solutions was not potent enough. So finally, the government at that time came out with the Energy Sector Levies Act, which provided very reliable, consistent, regular cash flow that will be paying the energy sector debt, which means that those debts will now also be paid to the bank to improve liquidity and function very well. So, if we hear that it say who caused them, somebody caused it. So, because a government preceded this current government, so it is that government that caused it. No, the problems we are talking about that crystallized into the crisis came from all the two political parties. That is why I traced it from 2016, 2006 up to 2016. You also recall we did redenomination. Mm-hmm. Do you know that the effect of that on the banking sector? So please, let us actually look at the thing from a nationalistic point of view and take away the political justification and move on. People are suffering as a result of the approach we adopted. It is the duty of any government to care for its people. So if you even if you believe that your approach is the best, but that approach has caused people to die, has caused families to become very vulnerable, and the rest, your attention should be directed to how you are going to actually reduce the burden caused by the best approach that you talk about. But if you are not doing that, then I think that governor has turned to something different.
Prof, in ending our conversation, I want us to limit ourselves for a second to the issues of the Ghana Amalgamated Trust, a special purpose vehicle that is supposed to go to the aid of some of these banks, NIB and the rest of them. Now, what I'm trying to figure out now is this, that between now and the period when the GATT was announced to go to the aid of these banks, would that not cause fear and panic for banks which were supposed to have received support from the Bank of Ghana and to date have not received that support, for customers to leave these banks?
Just to put it bluntly, I can tell you that many of those banks in the bracket actually rejected the GATT. The reason why they rejected the GATT is because, number one, the GATT is announced to be public corporation. And Article 192 of the Constitution says that any public corporation shall only come to existence by an act of parliament. The question is, what is the act of parliament establishing GATT? That is the first question. So people who understand the system know that it's very risky. These things are subject to serious legal issues, perhaps if this government is not in power. That is the first thing. So they were afraid. Now, number two, the arrangement or the agreement attached to the GATT is such that it's just a dole out of those financial institutions. Number one, they were talking about 70% interest. That is a shareholding. Which means that from day one, they are becoming the majority shareholders. Then number two, there is an element of a preference share. And they indicated that their preference share shall not be cumulative. Now, what it means is that preference share is treated like a debt in terms of payment of its dividend. Now, what it means is that if this year you are not able to get the dividend you should pay to those shareholders of those gas people, you cannot defer it to next year. You must by all means get money to pay them. Now the question is, a company that is struggling, you say you are coming to create a vehicle to come and help. It means that that company that you want to help, if you are going to pay a dividend on a preference share, even if there's a need for that company to go and borrow money and pay you, that company must do it. That is very difficult to understand. Now, the third one is that if you read at 930, which we are using now, Section 9D says that the capital of a bank shall not include borrowed funds. So how can you set up GATT to go and borrow, to come and capitalize? All those banks that collapsed because they were not capitalized, they could have also gone to their own market and get borrowing to capitalize. But because the law doesn't allow them, so why are you creating GATT to go and borrow and come and capitalize and take 70%, and in addition to that, take preference share and convert the entire thing? Then number four, let's take two banks for now, ADB and NIB.
Yeah.
NIB is owned close to about 96% by government. I don't know the shareholding of a government in ADB, but when you put SNIT, Bank of Ghana, and the government of Ghana, that is so huge. Now, what it means is that government itself is saying that I am willing to violate the banking law. That's the first lesson. The second lesson is that government is saying that I am going to form a company. That when I form that company, that I will use it to come and take over my investment in. So it's like you are selling your share to yourself. That is what government is doing. Now, beyond that, they say that after that, God will sell each share to private people. And the question is, who are those private people who will take it? So it's like the state is taking its shareholding and give to some private people who we don't know. So the whole thing, I don't understand. Now, you realize that ADB said that they have now approved a resolution for the board to go and take money from GAD in order to capitalize. The question is, who are the shareholders now left on the board for ADB? Unibank was thrown away. Best Star was thrown away. So who are the people there? The key people now are the Bank of Ghana, Minister of Finance, which is representing government, and SNIT. Now, is it not threatening that the Bank of Ghana, which is who is implementing all these things, is involved in these things? Is it not ironic? So I think this is my understanding of the problem.
All right. Now the businessman who was doing business at the time all these collapsed banks were working, is he better off today that there are just a few banks that the Bank of Ghana and the government says are well endowed to support them? Is he better off?
No, because we are facing liquidity problem. So what it is that if you have about 10,000 businesses taking loan from, let's say, Unibank, only about 5% of those businesses will readily, just because they have been doing with other banks which are still standing, who know their history, will continue to take some credit, but not to the level that they have been taking before to continue business. So most businesses have actually gone down because of the inability to readily get credit to support their activities. And mind you, many of these businesses we're talking about already owe these banks which collapse, and they are being chased by receivers. So that is the reality on the ground.
Anyway, Prof, we thank you for the education this morning. I'm sure we will definitely be getting back to you when we need more clarity.
Thank you.
And that Professor John Gachi, senior lecturer at the University of Cape Coast, joining us this morning on, the statements by the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think all the things I had in my mind, Dr. John Gachi has summed them up for me. And, I don't think that the ordinary businessman is better off today that there are a few banks than he was when there were a lot more banks.
Okay.
What we don't even know is the indebtedness, of some of these banks to the ones that were shut down to some of the banks that are existing today.
Okay.
Because, for instance, let's say, let me not mention any of the banks existing, but Bank A, seeing a product that one of the defunct banks had, which was earning more dividends, decides to make an investment in that product or that service that that bank was offering, and it was shut down. What happens to that investment that was with that bank? As much as even now we know that individuals who had some investments with some of these defunct banks. Not all of them have received their monies. So I'm thinking about banks who had investments in some of these banks that are locked up. But also, I don't know your mind.
Sammy, first of all, Dr. Bawumia raised a couple of issues. So let me, I cannot speak for what the former administration did. I wasn't a member of that administration, and I am not a member of the financial communications team of the National Democratic Congress. So I cannot speak for that. We've tried to get some of the people to speak to. Initially, Honorable Isaac Adongo had agreed to speak to us. He's not picking his call now. We don't know what has happened. We've also tried others. But what I can tell our listeners and our viewers is, if you go to YouTube, we have a channel at YouTube. Radio Gold has a channel at YouTube called Radio Gold Live TV. Separate words. Radio Gold Live TV. Was it? I think last Friday. It should be last Friday. Yes, I had an interview with Honorable Seth Tekpe on this same matter. And then we talked about the financial sector extensively, because he said the reason ESLA came into force was basically to address legacy debts, and majority of the legacy debts were to the financial sector. So even at the time of leaving office, they had put in place a plan and left it for this administration. So he handed over what he called a term sheet to his successor.
But if the video or the recording is there, then why don't we rather share it with our listeners? For those who
it's quite long.
Oh, it's a lengthy one.
It was an interview that was close to 2 hours.
Okay.
So, and we haven't been able to cut it into size. That is the issue. If we had, we would have shared portions of it.
Okay.
But I think that if you are able to, it started from the beginning. Majority of the time was dedicated to that because it's a huge issue.
Yeah.
The financial sector is a huge issue. So if Dr. Bawumia says they haven't done anything, based on my interview with Honorable Seth Tekpe, Honorable Seth Tekpe is not one of those who manufacture things. He speaks to what he knows, what he has done. Anybody knows that between him and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he's more trustworthy than Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So if he has not done it, he won't say he has done it. So you can take that opportunity, listen to him, and watch him. He's on YouTube. Is Radio Gold Live TV. Alternatively, what we'll try to do is we'll share it on the Radio Gold 905 FM Facebook page, so that we'll let them tell their own story, because we can't speak for them. But one of the issues that Dr. Bawumia raised was the issue of what has been done in other jurisdictions. Now, what Dr. Bawumia will need to help us with is in which jurisdiction were the numbers of financial institutions that we are looking at collapsed. Now, you mentioned the American example. Okay. When Americans started, the first thing they did was to allow the Lehman Brothers to collapse. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yes. Lehman Brothers was a huge mortgage institution. Now, after Lehman Brothers collapsed, the economic managers of the American economy, they looked at the impact of the Lehman Brothers collapse on the economy and decided, no, this is not the way to go. This is not the way to go. And so what they did was that is what they used to call it. They said they call it quantitative easing. It was actually them bailing out the financial sector. So it was actually them bailing out the financial sector. They were taking over some of the banks, changing ownership, running it for some time. They did several things because they realized that a collapse was not in the interest of the economy. So that was the things they did. So if you use the American example, for example, Dr. Bawumia should mention how many banks they collapsed. Which banks they collapsed. At some point in time, everybody thought JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley and others were going down.
Yeah.
But they changed their mind at the last minute and decided that these banks should stay up. And they are still currently up. You can prosecute owners and directors of banks who have engaged in financial misconduct in one way or the other without necessarily collapsing the bank. You can take away the bank. Okay? You can take away the bank. You can take away the bank from the owner. The state has that power.
Yeah.
Without necessarily doing what they call the consolidated bank. Because in the end, you have to, and Dr. Baumia should stop, this government should stop mentioning the BOG. The leadership of the BOG has a myopic view of things when it comes to the financial sector. What they are doing is they are paying attention to the financial sector. They are not paying attention to the impact of the financial sector on the entire economy. That is what the finance minister is there to do. Stop saying BOG. When BOG collapses a bank, it is only interested in the health of the financial sector. And whether that works out for the economy or not is not their concern. That is why we all heard Dr. Baumia speak and we thought this guy was an intelligent man. He knew what he was talking about. That was why we all did. We were not committing, the people of Ghana were not committing this country into the hands of Mr. Addison. They are committing the hands of Ghana into the hands of the likes of him. Because it sounded like he knew what he was coming to do. Now he's telling us we should turn to the Bank of Ghana. What is that bigger view, bigger perception of things? Okay. To what extent did they consider the impact of everything on everybody?
No. Okay, hold on.
I think that is what he should be speaking to. He should stop. And me, I'm getting sick and tired of this. Whenever he hears former President Mahama speaks, then all of a sudden he's activated.
All right. So now let me go to the phone lines and okay. Sorry, it looks like I got the wrong information.
It's Honorable Alassane Suini, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me just do this. There's a tweet from Honorable Seth Tekwe.
Okay.
On this whole thing, and he was responding to Graphics headline.
Okay.
That where was your concern for indigenous firms during your 4 years of doing so? And that's attributed to Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. In the course of that audio we were playing, he made that statement. And then Seth Tekpe tweets and says, forgetting about ESLA so soon, the nuisance tax that the Ministry of Finance used in 2017-2018 to set up the ESLA PLC and issue ESLA bonds in 2018 to bail out banks, he, Nada, just signed a bill to increase 2 ESLA levies. Reference 2019 mid-year review.
But Sammy, that response to Dr. Baumia again, at least.
Let me go to the phone.
At least former President Mahama made time to speak to us at the time about the situation, told us what they were doing to address it. Have they done that?
Let me speak to you, Honorable Hassan Esuhini, he's a member of Parliament for Tamale North, and pick a few comments from him on this matter. Senior, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Sammy, and good morning to Senna. Good morning to your listeners as well.
It's been a long time after our Lego meeting. That's been it. But I hope you're doing well.
And the goose in your car. I'm terrific.
There are goose in your car. Something.
Well, so what we are discussing this morning.
You won't talk about the goose in your car.
The goose in my car was my goose.
Oh, it was yogurt.
It was the official goose.
It was yogurt and some apple.
Honorable, congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, Senna has done that, so I believe it would be appropriate for me to skip because that's what I was going to say. But back to the issue. The Vice President says that the NDC as a political party is the reason we are where we are, that they have to painfully take the jobs of more than 4,000 people and collapse banks and savings and loans institutions. Is that the reality on the ground? Is his position correct?
You know, for me, sometimes I wonder when the ignorance and dishonesty of the Vice President is going to end. I just heard you refer to a tweet by Mr. Setekpe addressing the issue of what President Mahama did when he was president to fix the energy situation that affected some Ghanaian companies when he became president. It is public knowledge that under President Rawlings, we had energy crisis. Under President Kufuor, we had energy crisis. Under President Mills, we had energy crisis. Now, it got to its head under President Mahama. President Mahama, being the thoughtful leader that he is, did not blame successive regimes for their failure in fixing the problem. He took responsibility. And today, we are energy self-sufficient because of the strategic decisions that he took. Not just, increase generation capacity to provide us with a buffer in some cases and to give the president bragging rights when he goes abroad that our country is now, exporting power. But he also ensured that the Ghana gas project was fast-tracked to ensure fuel availability. Any reporter will recall that in the days of the West Africa gas pipeline, anytime gas didn't flow from Nigeria, we had energy crisis in this country. Today is a thing of the past. Again, he didn't stop there. He instituted the ESLA levy, which Honorable Setekpe pointed to. At a time that it was, considered very detrimental to his electoral chances. But being the leader with a vision for tomorrow, he didn't really care about the next election, but the next generation. And so he introduced that levy that, was uncomfortable for many Ghanaians because he knew what he was doing. Today, thanks to that ESLA that was used to whip him on the streets of Accra and in Kumasi, this government, like Mr. Setekpe has pointed out, is able to use it to raise bonds that they are now claiming they are using to, fix the energy sector. And in some cases, because of their mismanagement and misapplication of the proceeds of that fund, we are returning to, a crisis situation in the energy sector. And any watcher of the industry, will tell you this. For the first time, we had independent power producers threatening, to shut down their generation set because they were not paid. We know the issues with PDS, the classical create, loot, and share that we are, all experiencing under PDS. And that is what this government is noted for. Now to the financial sector crisis. Let's unpack the dishonesty once again. Dr. Bawumia, claimed that President Mahama supervised, the mess and did nothing. And they are cleaning up the mess. Again, anybody who has watched the financial sector will tell you that the sector has been in crisis or started getting, messy before President Mahama became even vice president. I recall leading discussions in the same studio that you sit in today when the issues of NIB and ADB came up under President Kufuor, and it was almost sold or privatized, and how workers together with, media had to stand up against that decision of government to privatize ADB. Why? Because ADB and NIB at the time was in crisis. But we thought that the best solution was not to privatize it. And we were proven right when the NDC, won the 2008 election and instituted measures to turn around ADB and NIB. And till today, it remains, an indigenous bank. So the financial sector have undergone problems. Have been having problems long before President Mahama became president, just like the energy sector, had problems long before he became president. But again, being the thoughtful leader that he was, he didn't want to approach it like, Jack Toronto, like Tarzan. So a commission of inquiry had to be instituted to, first of all, identify what was wrong. That is the first, approach in addressing any problem. You need to find out what is wrong. And then you decide how to fix what is wrong. So today, the government of Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia is using the report that President Mahama commissioned to carry out, a banking sector reform in the wrong manner. Yet they claim that he was unwilling to do anything about it. If he was unwilling, he wouldn't have commissioned a report in the first place. The report was ready. Unfortunately, because of the wicked propaganda against him, he lost elections at the time that the report was ready. And so he did not have the opportunity to implement better ways of cleaning up that sector. And so the lot fell on the NPP government that, through its wicked propaganda and deception and lies, got power in 2016. And today, he is making the point that there is no one way, and everybody agrees, of solving a problem. There is no one way. But the dishonesty and ignorance of Dr. Bawumia seems to be suggesting to all of us that the only way the problem could have been solved is the way that they are going about it, regardless of the cost to the nation. The cost in terms of billions of Ghana cedis, the cost in terms of job losses, and the cost in terms of the collapse of indigenous Ghanaian businesses. For the NPP, I am surprised that they are unable to understand that review does not necessarily mean collapse. In their mind, anytime something has to be reviewed, it means it has to collapse. And perhaps that is why when President Mahama says we'll review free HHS, the President Nana Akufo-Addo will tell you that he intends to collapse it. It is that same mindset that they are using in this banking sector review. For them, review means collapse it. And that is what President Mahama is saying is wrong. Because we have seen other countries undertake this same banking sector cleanup. Nigeria is an example, and many other countries in the European world and in the Americas. And they have used different approaches that have not led to the consequences that we are seeing. And President Mahama couldn't have put it better. The approach of the NPP, has led this country, it has become a security threat to this country. You're talking about 50,000 job losses. You're talking about indigenous, Ghanaian companies collapsing. And you can just imagine the emotional torture that people are going through, as a result of the measures that they have used. First of all, it is public knowledge that the government of Ghana owes these banks through jobs that they have done, or customers have taken monies from these banks to do on behalf of government in the road sector and in almost every MDA. Nobody is telling us the total, indebtedness of government to these banks. All that we hear them talk about is the billions of money that they have used to save these banks. Now, Sammy, couldn't part of those billions have been used to pay government's indebtedness to these banks and go ahead to, for example, like happened in Nigeria, take over management of these banks and provide them with bailout that will guarantee job security for the people working in those banks and also make those banks solvent until such a point that the banks, began to turn around, and the measures will be taken to return them to their owners and supervise in such a way that they will not fall back to the wrong way that led to the situation that we had. So there is no one way. The Bank of Ghana governor, for example, didn't have to go about this exercise in the aggregators manner that he did, creating the needless panic in the sector, which led to panic withdrawals, which eventually affected some financial institutions, leading to the government wicked closure of those institutions. A better approach could have been used to make the exercise serene, to engender confidence in the public, and not to create the panic that, was created by the approach that the Bank of Ghana, used.
All right.
Now, the people are not willing to even, save or bank with indigenous Ghanaian companies, and those of them who are not comfortable with the alternative of foreign institutions are keeping their money under their bed. And the effect also is the insecurity situation that we see, where armed robbers are on the rampage because they know that people may be keeping a lot of money at home.
Now, let me make this point.
This is a national security threat, and Dr. Baumia's dishonesty and ignorance must be pointed out, and he must be told that we are, his voice is becoming jarring. I mean, it's becoming unacceptable, and we no longer can tolerate that level of arrogance, as if he knows it all in this country.
Now, the usual mantra is that the action of the Bank of Ghana has led to the protection of the investments of ordinary Ghanaians. Number two, it has strengthened the banking sector. Are these not positive enough?
First of all, to say that the approach has led to the protection of customers' savings is to suggest that customers' saving customers' savings couldn't have been done alongside saving the jobs of, employees of these institutions. I posit that it is a wrong conception. We could have saved both. With a better approach, we could have saved customers, savings, and we could have saved the jobs of the over 50,000 people who are unemployed today. We could have also saved the institutions that are indigenously owned by Ghanaians. So it is like telling me that instead of having three, we gave you one, and so you should be thankful. One is the savings that customers had with these institutions. The second is the jobs that these people had. And the third is the fact that these companies were owned by indigenous Ghanaians. And we are saying that there are ways that other countries have used to save all these three. And we could have used those same methods. So to knock your chest like Tarzan, because out of three you got one, shows your level of, dishonesty and how cheap you can be. One out of three, obviously, is a fail. It's not a pass. And so, if you also talk about, confidence in the sector, I just told you, and the confidence level is not measured by me. The experts are stating it, that people's confidence in indigenous financial institutions have gone down. The non-performing loans of the banks are going up. The liquidity, levels of the banks are not improving. So, what is used as justification to say that this mess that they have created is anything better than what we could have had if we had used different approaches?
Now, there's a point that I believe I need to make and ask. So at what point does a private businessman pay for the consequences of his actions in terms of setting up a bank, mismanaging the bank, and the bank being shut down?
You see, first of all, before I address that question, I need to also point out another lie peddled by Dr. Baumia when he suggests that all these banks started having problems under President Mahama's watch. I've already explained to you how banks started having problems even before President Mahama became vice president, let alone president. Another point that has to be made is the fact that Beige Bank and Construction Bank were all licensed in 2017. 2017, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the one peddling that false, was at the sword cutting or commissioning of those two banks. Those banks have been collapsed with its attendant job losses. How is that attributable to former President Mahama? Again, Heritage Bank has been collapsed. Why? Because according to this government and the Bank of Ghana, Seydou Agongo, who is the promoter of Heritage Bank, is not fit to own a bank simply because he's undergoing prosecution. Prosecution that has not determined his guilt. His guilt has not been determined yet. Yet, on that basis, a bank that he promotes, it's collapsed. Was it President Mahama who preferred the charges? Was it President Mahama who hastily could not wait for a judgment to determine his guilt, pronounced that his bank should be collapsed? So how dishonest, how much, more can we say to highlight the dishonesty of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia? Again, you speak of the question you asked.
The private businessman.
The private businessman
paying for the consequences of his actions.
When I talk about taking over management, like it has happened in Syria in some cases, it does not mean that in the process of taking over, if anything was done and considered to be criminal, the perpetrators will not be prosecuted. In the countries that they have done this, people who were liable for prosecution were prosecuted. So you separate the culprit from the corporate institution that is providing jobs for citizens and also representing the, ingenuity of the Ghanaian, and deal with the culprit without, affecting the corporate image. So we could have still given these banks bailouts, taken over management, and also paid government indebtedness to this bank, and still gone ahead to prosecute those who were found to have conducted themselves in ways that contravene the law. Nothing would have gone amiss if we did that. So nobody is saying that if anybody did anything wrong, that person should not be, prosecuted or made to answer for his crime. That was not going to happen. But we are saying that the government's approach is a wicked approach. It is not thought through, and it has led to worse consequences than we deserve if we had used a better approach. And the better approach is what I keep referring to. Pay your indebtedness to these banks. Where possible, take over management. And where possible, give bailout to save jobs and save the indigenous Ghanaian business, but still prosecute those who are prosecutable.
Now, there's a question that I want to ask. This would not be the first time that a state regulator would have shut down a business for non-conformity to the regulations of that state regulator. So how is this different from other sectors of the economy who have had, certain businesses shut down along the way? And job losses have been the end result.
Well, it's the question is not too clear.
I'm saying, for instance, there's an institution which produces, let's say, biscuits, okay? And that company has not been meeting its requirements to the GRA or another state institution, let's say SNIT. And so they go and then they shut down that company for non-payment of their dues to the GRA or the IRS for that matter. And that company was, let's say, employing about 200 people. But as a result of the actions of the management of that company, non-payment of the IRS or the GRA, that company gets shut down. How different is that instance from what is happening in the banking sector in terms of your argument about the job losses?
Right. I get your point. Now, you see, the two are completely different. You're talking, for example, in terms of scale. We don't have in other sectors where you have, for example, the one that you gave, biscuit companies totaling over 300 being shut down at a go. We don't have that. That is why there is a need in this case to have a special attention to it, because the impact on the economy is greater. If we were talking about one or two banks, you wouldn't be asking for some special intervention to save the economy. And that is why in other countries, regulators will shut down factories. But when it comes to shutting down banks, the United States of America is the clear example to have interventions. Because you're talking about the scale and its attendant consequences on the economy. Again, you're talking about a sector that directly impacts your GDP, that directly impacts your trade volume. Because everything that is traded in this country is financed by the bank. Do you get that point? Everything that is traded or manufactured depends on the bank. So it is the heart of your economy. And it is like saying that the same care that you give the heart is given to the food, for example. It can't be. So the financial sector is the heart of your economy. And that is why it needs delicate treatment. And when it is in crisis, the approach to resolving the crisis must be such that it does not affect, the health of the whole country. And that is why this is different.
Now, in ending our conversation, let me now point the lenses on you as a member of parliament representing Tamale North. When the banking crisis happened, the so-called cleaning up of the banking sector happened, and we demanded to know what was going on in there. You, as members of parliament, told Ghanaians that you were going to set up a bipartisan committee to investigate what went wrong and tell us what happened. You did that, and to date, we have no idea what you found out. So do you have a basis to even talk about this matter when you have a report we don't know about as Ghanaians?
Well, I think you are giving me information. I'll have to check on it.
How is that information?
I am unaware of a bipartisan, committee that was set up in Parliament to probe into this matter. I'm unaware, I must be honest.
Okay.
I know the calls were made on our side. We thought that would have been a better approach, but I don't remember a bipartisan committee being set up.
Now, let me ask this. As members of parliament, okay, considering the fact that a whole finance minister came before you, and I'm taking you a bit back, came before you and sat and you demanded certain documents from him, until date he has not provided that. Again, do you have a justification to speak about the issues of the Bank of Ghana when you let the finance minister go off the hook in the matter of the $2.25 billion bond?
You should be helping us. You should be helping us as the protectors of the public purse to point out the arrogance of this government, that even members of parliament will demand information for which they will arrogantly refuse to give us because they have the numbers that the people of Ghana gave them in the 2016 general elections to get whatever they want through in parliament, and so will not respect your minority members of parliament who are demanding on your behalf to know and not to accuse us of letting them shove their numbers in our faces. We did not give them that total majority. They have that total majority that was given to them by Ghanaians because the people of Ghana expected them to use it for good. But if they are using it for bad, and we are still with our little numbers standing up to them, we expect support and not criticism and condemnation. In the case of the 2.25 billion, I wish to commend one such citizen who, working side by side with the minority in parliament, petitioned Shraj. And I'm talking here of Bronya Jemfi.
Yeah.
And the Shraj report has almost vindicated the minority, for which reason the finance minister have had to take the Shraj to court. So the verdict is out there that the minority, even with less numbers, to get what it wishes done in parliament, is not blowing hot air, but really raising issues that require address by a very arrogant, vindictive government. So putting us on the spotlight is neither here nor there. The arrogant, vindictive government needs to be put on the spotlight. Help us do that.
Senior, I think we should have an in-studio conversation, but I am grateful for the time. Try and pass by.
I will.
I will do that.
Right.
I'll do that. Thank you. And that's the Honorable Al-Hassan Suhaini, the Member of Parliament for Tamale North Constituency. And it looks like so far the verdict is clear. The path that this government has taken. Me, a layman, ordinary man, with no understanding of business, no understanding of banking, no understanding of finance. Even me, I feel the approach is wrong. How can you tell me that you will spend almost about, let's say, 50 million, 60 million to clean up a sector which costs people their jobs and their investments? Just the savings and loan one alone, we are told some 1.6 billion is locked up. And what I want to find out, I don't know whether Nancy you can help me, but the UT Bank people, the Beige Capital Bank, the Unibank people, the receiver, has he been able to pay all the people who had investments with these banks?
No, please.
The payment, they say, takes time.
Oh, what are you saying?
They've all not been paid.
I haven't said anything. I said the payment they say. That is what they have told.
They are telling us that they have spent this amount of money. It means the money has gone out. If the money has gone out, why hasn't the man received it? Or what I'm saying doesn't make sense.
It does.
You say you have spent this amount of money in cleaning up the financial sector. Before they do any shutdown of any financial institution, they tell us that they are giving the receiver so amount of money to pay people who investments would have gotten locked up. In a lie?
Sammy.
So why haven't the people received their money?
That is what they've told you. They have borrowed 80 billion, no, so over 80 billion. Where is the money?
Oh, so now you are taking me far.
I am saying that this government always tells you that we have paid, we have released. At some point in time, when the contractors started crying, what did they tell you? They have paid them. Well, I don't know what they said.
Yeah, they matched.
Yes, the contractors were still crying. The same contractors were still crying. That they took the money and they are lying.
You know,
the government.
I can't understand it.
Whatever, they believe that when they come and say they should consume it.
What was the over 15 million used for? Billion, sorry. What was it used for?
You are taking out a couple of zeros, 3.
Yes, what was it used for?
It was to pay them.
Is it for TV announcement or what?
No, to pay customers.
To pay customers?
Yes.
So why have the customers not been paid? Well, we say we want this one. Where we get them?
And Honorable, I don't know, His Excellency Baumia. Now, there are a couple of, one, where is he getting that? Where are they getting the money from to make those payments? The money that they've spent so far.
It's from the Bank of Ghana. Or it's from the
Bank of Ghana.
Maybe it's from the Finance Ministry.
It's from ESLA.
It's from the ESLA.
That is, even if the money is
ESLA, they shout.
It's from ESLA. Yet he would then turn around and say that the John Dramani Mahama government did nothing about the banking sector.
Well, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
This morning you have to buy me cocoa.
Don't worry.
After
you have cash.
How is
the shouting?
How much is cocoa?
But it's not the normal cocoa. You know what I mean? Higher standard.
I'll buy you.
You buy me cocoa.
There are different types of cocoa.
Yes,
what do you want?
Which cocoa do you want?
Kose or...
You know...
I'm ready. Send you too.
No, let's listen to this cocoa.
You know, if I say cocoa, I don't mean the normal cocoa.
Cocoa.
No, I mean you have some thick Ovaltine, you know, with some milk inside. If I say milk, do you understand? With some milk inside, you know, some well-fried egg. You know what I mean? That's what I'm referring to.
Is that the cocoa you were thinking about?
Toasted.
Toasted, of course. Toasted, of course.
This is not the cocoa Nancy was thinking about. When he said, do you know why she
but
said?
That's why I asked
is there.
That's why I said, have you got the financial muscle to provide my cocoa I'm looking for?
Ovaltine.
Well, it's not that you're going to buy the sachet one. You're buying the big one so that when I can be drinking it every day.
So you said this morning you buy me cocoa.
You can't come and scrutinize my words.
Now it is.
I am not Dr. Baumia for you to surgically.
So you see, this was what
Where
happened.
is Auntie Abby? Auntie Abby, I hope you are listening or you are watching him.
Who?
He's demanding
She's performing some tasks and responsibilities.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's a long time.
Yes.
Auntie Abby.
You know, there are some people,
Hey.
May we never come back. Yes, may we never come back.
No, you can't say
because
that.
when we come back, we will say things.
You can't say that.
Ha, Sana.
You can't say may we never come back.
When we come back, Sana,
withdraw your statement.
The things
and
we will say, well, unless Nancy tells me to withdraw and apologize, I won't.
Yes, he would come back.
So I should withdraw and apologize.
Yeah.
Please say it to me so that I'll do it.
Okay, you withdraw and apologize.
Okay, Nancy says I should withdraw and apologize.
That the way you are behaving like Baumia.
Nancy has said
Ayariga, remember Ayariga?
Apologize.
Ayariga after.
You say I should apologize.
I have apologized.
Hey, but where is he? It's been a long time.
Oh, he's around. He's one of those who went unopposed.
Well,
did you see the video from Adongo's constituency?
No.
When the woman was talking about the fact that go to Tamale and see, unopposed. Go to Ayariga and see, unopposed. Why don't you people want Bolga to be Bolga? You didn't see that video?
No, I haven't seen it.
Seriously? I'll get it for you. I'm surprised you didn't see
they wanted Adongo to go
unopposed.
But yeah, you know, but that is what makes politics.
No,
you see, the last time I was talking about some form of protectionism when it comes to some of these elections.
See the video.
People,
some key people, you know.
No, but you see anyway.
That's why one man, one vote, you know, so.
Yeah, it's important.
Democracy, one
it's
man,
important.
one vote.
Remember, I've always said that you must look at the grassroots currently and the fact that post 2016, the kind of atmosphere the leaders encountered at the NDC grassroots. I think that if I was part of this leadership too, I'd be very careful what I do.
Well,
Very, very careful.
And the fact that you
I agree with the leadership.
The fact that you are vocal on national issues also does not stop you from visiting your constituents.
The delegates must decide.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, keeping in touch with your constituents. So, I mean, it cuts both ways. Yeah. But I was happy, Honorable Isaac Adongo.
You know what I was impressed with? I had the opportunity of speaking to Honorable Dominic Ayine, Dr. Dominic Ayine, former Deputy Attorney General. And throughout our conversation, he kept referring to him.
Referring to who?
Isaac Adongo. He said if he had a way, he would have given his seat to Isaac Adongo.
Oh, wow.
Because he was impressed with the kind of performances given in Parliament. You see, he is speaking more as somebody who has the advantage of being a leader in Parliament and is looking at the first time MP work in and make the job easier. And have demonstrated so much understanding of the whole issue. And
so he makes finance so easy to understand.
Straightforward.
He makes it so easy.
You speak big English and you come and
no macroeconomic, no micro
bank or financial institution.
You have to stop.
Oh, which one am I playing?
I think what is that one is still playing.
Is still playing. Okay,
yeah.
Okay. Forgive me. Nancy, it was because we activated the line.
To go back to Parliament. The reason why we want him to go to Parliament, he will be in Parliament and then the House will be doing this, doing that, doing this. And then to make we, the Ghanaians, to know that yes, Isaac Adongo is for Ghana. It's not for hands. We are not taking care of hands. We are taking care of people. So they should know that we, the NDC, we are not fools. You should let we, the NDC, decide that we want Isaac Adongo to be in Parliament. Now, where's Babuya? Babuya has run away from Parliament. Babuya cannot say anything in Parliament about budget, or cannot say anything about economics. Babuya cannot say about economics. It's if not Isaac. Isaac Adongo! Isaac Adongo! Isaac Adongo! If not Isaac Adongo, no one will talk about economics to him. To him. No one will talk economics about him. So they should calm down. Hey, why me? Why Magakunami? You say?
Isaac, right?
Yes, I want Isaac.
Is there anything wrong if somebody else also wants?
Oh, he can do that. You should know, but the nonsense, they should stop talking the nonsense.
What nonsense?
They are talking nonsense. That he doesn't give respect, he doesn't know what is it. It's all NDC. Let's all back up. Go to Tamale and see. It's on the post. Go to Ayarka. It's on the post. What is that? We Bolga, we don't want Bolga to be Bolga. We want Bolga to be Bolga. Not that we want all to come and say, oh, give me 10 cities, give me 10 cities. No, we don't like it. We want Bolga to be Bolga. They should want Bolga and let Bolga. They say Akwaranono. If you go to Accra, Kumasi, they say Akwaranono.
That's it.
But you see,
I think the woman is tired of everything.
There's one unique thing about Isaac Adongo. Would Nico cheap programmer obey deliver? Would never before.
I was surprised when I heard him speaking truth. I said,
the guy.
It's nice.
Well, I should get in touch with this woman. I love her delivery.
The woman.
I love her delivery.
I think the woman just had it. Like she just got to the point where she decided that by you people, what is this?
Why?
Leave this man alone.
You are protecting others, you won't protect ours.
Yeah.
Well, that's politics for you. That's politics for you. I'm sure your vice president is trending.
Oh, of course he's trending. You know. Yeah.
You see, have you listened to the audio?
I have.
He was actually stammering when he was reading.
Stammering, and
he was sounding incoherent.
It looked like they've written it for him. Go and read.
Yeah.
So after he delivered, after reading the written speech, then he was trying to make some comments of it, and you could see that Charlie, the guy was suffering. Nkoye. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
because listen to Nkoye.
Because the former president made the comment or made that Facebook live video or address. I think last week Thursday.
Somewhere last week, yeah.
And it took him a week to come and reply. It tells you that
it took a week for him to get a platform to reply.
It's not about getting a platform to carry.
What would this?
It's about the fact that he's a vice president. Who? He can't write. Baumia, he will tweet it.
Yeah, when he tweets, it catches attention.
How many times has he tweeted?
By you. All the things from 2016.
How many times has he tweeted recently?
Back Baumia's tweets and then it's changed.
2019, 2018. Go back.
Stop.
And so how many times has he tweeted?
It's like he was being prepared. In fact, they've camped him and they were rehearsing for him to come out and then come and say the things he did and then nod and all.
Are you saying he couldn't say that?
And do what? Nancy, what did he say?
As usual, you come and nod.
Nancy, I mean, it's normal for everybody to nod.
No, as for him, it's peculiar problem. Issue with Baumia.
You're not fighting you.
Even if he's sitting there and you are delivering your speech, he'll be nodding for you.
But I never knew Alasan Sweeney had become a financial expert, like financial analyst.
No, you see,
that's impressive.
It's about understanding the issues.
It's not about understanding the issues. Sure. Today. The ordinary man understands the issues because of what Baumia did.
Yeah.
So, because of what Baumia did, you are forced to understand the issues because now nobody wants to be deceived again.
No, but beyond that, Alasan Sweeney is one of the few MPs who, no matter what the issue, give him time. When he speak like an expert.
Well,
let me.
Sana, we all must become economists. Because
basic economics.
It goes sweet. 2020.
Why?
You watch.
You'll be on the campaign trail.
Look, Nancy. I don't get job. I don't get job. Well, as I sit here, somebody can wait and say, "We go give me job."
No, that is the issue. That is it. And
somebody look. Right now, I'm here with Senna. Sitting in the studio with Senna, I'm able to get my tea to drink. And then they say, "Oh, Nancy is a beautiful girl. When she comes on the show, people will listen to the show more." And then Nancy comes and I'm not getting my tea. And then you say I should go and follow Nancy. Everything up. Even if it means I won't open the mic, I won't open the mic. And that's what we are going to do in 2020.
Exactly. Because this thing...
Sana, right now, those Kokosomek, no way.
You see, because...
these people have messed us up. Not me, Not we at Radio Gold, though.
No.
Look, Sana, let's all other things be equal. And coming watching me, I should be able to call one of my friends who was at the bank. But 3 of them are in the house. So where I was going to go for assistance to, So who am I going to? One of my friends who was doing mining, and he had a full concession to mine. He was stopped for 2.5 years now. Now I can't call Kofi. People who were doing the business I was doing previously, they too, no money.
Yeah.
So the thing, whether I look left, right, center, no help. So I should keep quiet and let this continue for the next 6 or so years.
No, what you are saying is it's a great point, and it's going to be very relevant to the campaign in 2020.
Oh,
because look at me, for instance, the way my people they feel me for Vapo.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they don't hear my voice anymore.
Yeah.
Because they can't do this online thing and come and follow me. Yeah. So when they tune into Sekpele, then they'll listen to me. Sekpele na makotum, Radio Gold no so matum. Okay. So I go and find a small place and gather them and tell them that, Masa, look at me. When I come, at least some 5 CDs I go drop before I leave.
Yeah.
Now I can't give you because mini ejumaye.
Oh.
What do you expect? Those who have made up their mind that I won't even go and vote, they will go and vote because me, I know what to tell them. You see, so all these things.
Anyway, we are waiting.
Of course, people are discussing the issue of Baumia, responding to the former president. He said that JM left the banks in comatose. And so, so they have to come in and do something about it. Well, Fame Gisam says that after listening to Baumia's attacks on JM collapsing businesses due to the Dumso, I laughed. The vice president is very empty. Somebody whose name is Africa.
He said Dumso was the reason the bank collapsed.
No, not the banks. He was asking that when JM was collapsing businesses because of Dumso, when businesses were collapsing because of Dumso and the JM, what did he do about it?
Oh, I saw that one. Yeah.
That was what he was asking. And so Africa says that you have the power now. JM is past. Resolve the financial problems. And Sheikh says, do you remember Obama inherited a failing system in America? The last time I checked, revamping the economy was not by closing these companies, but reinvesting in them with the revised policies to help them. Is that what you are doing, Mr. Baumia? Okay, Kwame USA says, Baumia, you are the worst vice president ever. Keep quiet and fix the economy. Kofi says, I just can't believe this. For how long would you continue to blame Mahama for all the challenges you are facing as a government? Please grow up. And
you say you should do what?
Grow up.
You should grow up.
This one says, the Flagstaff House boy has been sent again.
Oh.
Please, no be me talk.
Charitable small.
Abeku Mensa
Sammy, if
says
I really
that.
want to speak about Baobia, I think I'll say the worst.
But I'll quench your mind.
Me have decided not to.
I'll quench your mind.
Because Sammy, in 2016, every day, Baobia has said something. We have to look for somebody to talk to. And the NDC people were saying, oh, forget him. Oh, as for him.
And that's really cost.
By the time they knew forget him, they were sitting at home.
Well, Abeku Mensa says ex-President Mahama had a choice between prudence and dictatorial instincts and chose caution over delusional pragmatism. Okay, you.
English.
Yeah,
delusional what?
Delusional pragmatism. And Carl says that they were all shouting Ghana hard and the Mahama. Now most of them are unemployed and the wicked NPP. Hope this is what they wanted. Cleaning up, indeed. Okay. So Palmia is training, and in fact he's here again because there was this story that was trending yesterday I shared on my wall, and we hear that Nigerians are hailing Dr. Baumia and they wish he's rather their vice president. And the Ghanaians are like, oh really? I will be glad to dash him to you. Come for him. As free of charge. And so a lot of people were commenting on that issue yesterday. John Amachi says, they should come quickly for him. We would even pay for his transportation and the haulage of his belongings to Nigeria.
Haulage.
we ourselves will drive him there.
Amon Kote says, most Nigerians are Azan, so why wouldn't they hail the Azan king? Okay. Jijo says, I am not surprised. Most of them are full of lies, 419, and they want this Tria, I will personally go to the airport with him just to be sure he's gone for good. And Kwame Akwetia says, we are ready to leverage him for some few nairas if they so wish. Okay.
Now, how much will they get? How much?
Why? Bamia no get price.
But the people value him so much, it means he will cost.
Bamia no get price.
If the Nigerians value so much,
Skubet Bani says they should come for him and give us Dangote. And Galahad Alex says They want this practically empty man. Okay, so that issue is also them. The issue of the 2 policemen who were killed yesterday is also trending today. People are talking about the fact that when it's about their own, they act swiftly. But actually, when it's about the ordinary citizen, it will take them time to get the people who are involved. And the people who are also saying that it is time we give protection, some form of protection to the policemen who go on patrol.
Who will protect them? Who will give soldiers to be their bodyguards? What kind of protection?
We were here.
Some form of protection.
When they went to buy, I don't know.
Resources.
People have sent me some things
about gear.
They are calling it some cats, something cats, but it's not that one. Just when they brought the saloon cars, the Camrys, I think after the Camrys, these, they're like moto. They got some covering on them. There's a name for it. I've forgotten that thing. They brought some plenty. Then we started asking questions. What would the police need this for?
I remember.
And then the point we made was, why don't you rather invest it in bulletproofs? Today, I'm just reading.
It's an emergency situation.
Yes, I'm just reading a tweet from the Ghana police. They say what? Police patrol team to receive bulletproof vests. So they should kill 3 or 2 of your people before you get them vests.
But you see, even if you Google this thing, I'm sure they've issued a similar statement or said a similar thing in the past. So I don't know. But I think that the officers themselves must take their personal security seriously. Because if you don't have a gun and you see something and you see some people and you anticipate that these could be armed robbers, why chase them? You don't have guns and these people are armed. You don't have anything at all on you. Why do you chase them?
Nancy, my view is simple. The same view I've held as on the financial sector is the same view I hold now. That this is an emergency situation. The moment young guys with guns realize that they can just gun down a police officer, it means that all our police officers are exposed. The man who is spending his time shouting, "Why has Mahama spoken?" is supposed to be in charge. He is the head of the the police council.
Yeah.
That man should immediately put in some emergency measures. In fact, he should address the nation on this thing. It's the same view I've held on the issue of the banking sector. This government needs to spend time and speak to the citizenry. So far, it's like as if we do not matter to them. They refuse to speak to us. They refuse to acknowledge anything we've said. Every time we speak, all they do is come back and tell us that we are talking nonsense. That is basically all they do.
Yeah.
This is an emergency situation. To lose that number of police officers over this period, Sammy, it means that the next police officer I see here, imagine. So if a police officer offends somebody and the person has a knife or a gun, the person can basically go home and come and shoot the police officer because he knows people are exposed. So they need to address the situation as an emergency situation. It's not about IGP. This goes beyond the IGP. This is our security under threat.
So if the protectors of the citizenry need protection...
Who will protect the protectors? Who? The soldiers will come and protect protectors. We have a serious situation. I mean, we've gotten to the point where everything now sounds normal. Things that should be worrying us are sounding normal to us. And this is where they've reduced our governance to.
So we know that the IGP isn't now going on. He's been there, but we know the police.
This is useless. We've been doing this all this while. Every time we visit somewhere,
people are talking about the issue. And Yesu Tozola says that we know how to do these visitations more than anything else. What happens to What happens to the families of these two men after 10, 15 years? These families will be left alone and we all will go to sleep. And Senor Hubenu says that we are never proactive. Our leaders are so lazy, so they cannot formulate anything. David Mills says, forget this IGP, all the leadership of the Ghana Police Service. What they know is to hoard money. And they don't care about our men in uniform. Well, so that issue is trending. It's a sad one. We know that 3 people have been arrested. And
life is short.
I mean,
this life is really short.
Sammy, it becomes shorter if your safety is not guaranteed. Sammy, if they can gun down police officers, who are you?
Yeah.
No.
Who are you?
You see, they see them in uniform yet. I mean,
this is where we've gotten to. And then our leaders think that this is normal. Up till now, 4 girls are missing. How many times has the president ever spoken about that issue? As in face the nation.
When he went, he said something.
Where? They are working on bringing back the girls.
That is not
that
what
is why
should
the family
be.
is saying that they believe the girls are still alive.
Oh.
Well, I saw this one. The person said that Esla also used to call late President Professor Mills visionless and clueless. How would you call Nanado? How would you call Nanado now? And you'll be surprised at some of the things that people are posting. Should I read some of them?
Oh, I'll be interested.
Lawrence Lamptey says...
You are not, you will be.
Lawrence Lamptey says counterfeit.
I didn't give it a go ahead. I said I'll be interested.
Counterfeit. Tony Ahia Biame says fraudster. And Togbi Agbada II says cluelessly clueless. Felix Teriziga says promise and fail or liar president. And Asafuache Bobilot the 4th says uselessness. And Prince Haj Musa says armed robber. So that is how
this country too, we have seen things so
yeah.
Where a sitting president they called him an armed robber.
No.
A sitting president they called him a fool and you
a thief.
No, but you see, in 2016, they started this narrative. They reduced the president at the time to nothing. The kind of things they said about the president. They were forgetting that they were aspiring to the same office. Now they are here. Now the whole rhetoric has degenerated. Anybody can look and say, call President Akufo-Addo whatever they want. Because they called former President Mahama whatever they want.
Where is Mahama's security? Where are his security couples? Where are they? Where are Mahama's security couples?
Which one?
But why you? Mahama does not run.
He had a defense minister. He had an interior minister. He had a national security coordinator. He had a national security. Where are all of them? Especially at a time like this. In 2007, when people were being killed, armed robbers were everywhere. 2008, we didn't hear them speak a word. Where are they?
You are back to this issue.
To do what?
They are now.
I pity them.
They are not private citizens.
I pity the man.
You want them to come and say what?
No, I pity the man.
And
yet, let Mahama come here right now.
But to
they will all be here.
He's in the northern region.
To be very,
when
you ask about, I must say that, frankly, there's somebody, one of the persons who served under Mahama, James Agalga.
Yeah.
At the time.
Was it defense?
Yes. No, interior. He served as he's now ranking member on the Defense and Interior Committee. And frankly, at the time, I was impressed. I was impressed with James Agalga.
Yes, he's been very vocal.
No.
And in fact, if this issue continue, you see a comeback of James Agalga again.
Yeah.
And when he speaks about the issue, he demonstrates an understanding that So
you're right.
Yeah.
You're
so
right.
sometimes, sometimes when you have to come down some more. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He did a terrific job. Yeah.
What?
But it's
sometimes come down.
But I do hope that the man himself, he has learned something. I'm talking about President Mahama. I do hope.
No, when you talk
with all that happened in 2016.
We have learned our lessons.
I do hope.
You speak to them, what happened will not happen again.
I do hope.
I
do hope.
Okay.
No, I think at this point in time, that's why this whole running mate issue, please, if they are serious, they should look for somebody with a connection to the party. Somebody who party.
This one is a big issue for us.
See, no. Somebody. No. I'm just saying that in making decisions, who is a member of the campaign team, who forms the campaign team, who speaks for them. These are people who should understand how the NDC works, are identifiable to NDC people that they can get to. They should have connections to the grassroots.
People who form the campaign team were core NDC people.
No. No. I see. Sammy.
Help me a bit.
What I don't want is to go back to 2016. So what I am saying is at this point in time, identify people, okay? People who understand what their job is.
Well, I wouldn't look for people who understand what their job is. No, I'm not expecting the NDC to bring people who understand what their job is. I am expecting the NDC to bring people who can relate with people.
That is what I'm saying. Is relation not part of understanding what your job is?
Oh, Sena, that is technical.
Okay.
I'm saying that the NDC must look for people.
I just said the grassroots matter raise the issue.
Who can relate with grassroots people, who people can approach. Not people when they see you, they will squeeze their face.
They'll start making calls.
That is why the last time when you started speaking about the Baumia issue, I disagreed with you. Because the moment they start thinking about who can combat, Baumia is deflated.
Well, that's what you
Baumia.
think. That's what you think.
See, the issue is this. The NDC, I have said, should not deny the electorates the opportunity of having a one-on-one with Baumia. You see, they should allow Baumia.
Well,
if he wants to come back and say the same things, they should allow him. What the NDC needs to do is like, for example, in the case of the banking sector, to avoid somebody not jumping and saying, you have not done anything. Use every opportunity to tell a bit of your story.
Look,
that's why I said that people should watch that interview.
I'm going to make a very, very controversial statement. I want to do it in three. Share, Nancy. Time my MPP take you over power now. Okay, somebody here.
They were here.
Yeah, they came here.
They were here.
This is your opponent. In quotes, because we have been tagged pro-NDC media house. I was so excited about the move they had made. That move they made. Mustafa Hamid, Kojo Ponkroma, and co. Because you see, me, Semishia, MPP for Nibu, and I mean their ministers. Ushioma. Sana. Oh, Chale, Sana Ezine. Oh, Honorable Deo, Momo 200, they be a mubie jankwa. The person will not give you 1 cedi. But the fact that Nipani Hunwa, he's relating with you at a very ordinary level, where that honorable title does not matter. That alone is good.
They first notice you. That's the first thing.
Oh my goodness. But meet NDC minister. 2015, meet NDC minister. If you don't say honorable, problem. He won't come and meet you for you to say honorable. Kojo Ponkoma, it is today that Kojo Ponkoma has become Kojo Ponkoma that we can't talk about. But when you meet Kojo, oh, senior, that is what Kojo says. Oh, senior. Look, whether it is for political game or it is not for political game, it has an impact and an effect on you. To meet a minister and he shakes your hand and he says, oh, senior. Now you're the way.
But there are a few of them. There are a few of them. Me, myself, but you know, I know some. And when the way they approach you too is not bad. Yeah, they do well. No, but you cannot. There are exceptions. You cannot say everybody.
Oh, but I haven't said everybody.
It can't be everybody.
But if I don't say everybody and 80% are 20% are your people you are talking about, then did we go or did we come?
Yeah, Koyana say bye.
Huh? If the people you say are the nice people, they are only 20%.
Yesterday I went to the NDC headquarters. They were talking about this issue of the PPA. They've made some demands. One, you want the man to be arrested immediately. First, he should be fired and then arrested. I agree with that demand.
Okay.
So that's the first two: fired, arrested. Thirdly, they want the board dissolved. The board that does not know anything about anything. Since they don't know, they should go. They should go with their lack of knowledge and ignorance.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
We're sitting there as a board.
Then the fourth one was what we were saying yesterday. That the state agencies whose contracts were sold to Manasseh Azure, those state agencies, should be part of the investigation. But where I do not agree with them is the issue of the fact that they say that this president does not even believe in charge and special prosecutor. So why is he referring the matter to the special prosecutor in charge? Sammy, frankly, those are the two institutions we can trust right now. No. See, put everything aside. Okay, this is a matter that deals with corruption. Martin Amido cannot write that epistle and say that, oh, this one, it does not fall under my purview. This one falls under his purview. If he tries to say that, we'll explain to him why it falls under his purview. If he gets to Martin Amidu's
desk,
are
going to explain something to him.
No, we'll explain to him.
Martin Amidu.
We would explain to him.
You?
Yes.
You whose voice is on the internet.
And then Shraj, except for the fact that you say that the president himself has referred the matter to them. But you know they will do a job. Okay. So, but when they are arrested, when the man is arrested, who will prosecute him? Ask yourself.
Sana, remind me of something. I don't know what it is, but I think I'm losing. There was a case in Parliament where Honorable Isaac Adungo alleged that they were going to sit on a particular matter, and the communication had been sent via WhatsApp. What they were going to sit on had been sent to them via WhatsApp, and that because of that he wasn't going to be a part of that thing. What was that thing? Was that a cash for seat?
No, Adongo was not a member of the committee.
So what was it? Was it not the financial sector?
I think there was something about the financial sector.
Yes, it had to do with the financial sector.
No, it wasn't about. But it wasn't about the banking.
Was it the Ken Bond issue?
No, there was something.
I've forgotten. Yeah. I've also forgotten exactly. But I remember what you're talking
about. I do remember.
And he actually decided not to be a part of it.
Yes, he didn't want to be a part of it. I'm trying to recollect that
one.
Yeah,
Mr.
Because whatever they sat on, I'm trying to recollect. Whatever they sat on, do we know the outcome?
No, until
maybe I'm mixing the two. Because I asked Suhini a question this morning, and he said that he didn't have an idea. Maybe I'm confusing that.
It's not the financial sector. The banking sector has never been able to agree on a bipartisan probe.
Really?
They've not.
It wasn't.
They've never.
Okay, then it means I'm mixing that particular thing with something.
It's been suggested. But whoever writes a medium fee statement can write English, Papa.
Senna doesn't want me to finish, so I'm done.
By the way, congratulations to Obobi Adakopoko.
Yes.
So now the deputy director of communications.
Yeah, director of communications. And I think the NDC must be very active on social media. For some time now, I've seen the NDC handle on Twitter suddenly once in a while make some posts. But I think the frequency must increase. Because there's a lot of people who go out there to Twitter, to such pages, to go and look for information. But if the frequency is some way, then you forget about it.
They should come and hand
and beyond that, they should
have a job now.
They should also spend some time circulating tweets by the former finance minister, former President John Dramani Mahama. Majority of the time, They like circulating things that they think are damaging to the government.
This is what the NDC are. Let me do what
They've
the NDC
paid
does.
too much attention to that.
So Nancy is one of the demigods in the NDC. And then she writes some bojo statements. Nancy writes. Nancy writes. It will travel all the platforms. Nancy writes.
But the flag bearer went on social media and addressed the people.
That was a very good move.
And
he should do it more because we missed Baumia.
No. So after the address, what's next? Yeah. What next?
After that,
just dumped the whole statement.
Yes,
that was
because
it
was when I came and I said it. Then I saw. I mean, and oh God, see. You know, when we came on the Friday after former President Mahama made addressed on Facebook, then I said that I was surprised that the thing is not trending. Yeah. Then in the afternoon, I saw them putting it together. And you know what they did? They capture where he spoke about the radio stations, the financial sector, and then they put all together and posted it. Just like that, and that's it. No, this one, you
serialize it small,
one at a time. Put it there. Let people, grab that one. Then you come back, take another portion, and then you send that one to out. You see, they should come and employ me. Do for them.
Dr. Baumia heard what was intended for him. Yeah, he had his own portion.
Okay. Charlie, 2020,
it go be.
I don't know what I do not know what you're talking about. It go be. Yeah.
Okay, but JM Store is also trending in video and pictures on social media, and it's amazing the reception
it's attracting a lot of
getting. Yeah, the reception is cool.
The fact they go them eyes.
And I think for now, what people should avoid doing, and I think that somehow, some way, the party leaders should find a way of allowing him with a small team to go. Okay? They should spend some more time working at the grassroots level.
But even if they don't call them, the people want to be seen with them. They will all go. All of them.
See, those days when we were traveling with the former First Lady, we'll go somewhere and then we are going with about 3 vehicles, security, the woman herself, and then the media. We are going 3 cars. You get to a place, you stop over, and by the time when you turn and then look at the convoy, it is like from here to Carnation. These people are not part of the trip, but you see DC, you see some NDC chairman, NDC this one, and then the convoy is so. Sometimes the woman herself will say, "Hey,
I remember something that vividly that happened in the 2016 campaign. Remember when people were following Mahama about, then Julius Debra started his campaign. All of a sudden,
everybody wants to
I said, hey, which kind of campaign strategy is this one?
They call it the three-pronged arrowhead.
By the time people were with Mahama, even some pressmen had even left.
You.
Hey.
As for the elections, we all have our stories.
The 2016 was a very interesting election.
And I think that this is the time for the executives to move into action because they are just done with primaries.
Yeah.
And so they should go to the constituencies and find ways of unifying the front.
The front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you see things that are coming from Pram Pram, for instance, that they said that the people are. They are threatening skirt and blouse.
Yeah.
It's not
and it
a good move
well
for the party.
No,
so I think that this is the time the executives or the party would have to move in. Yeah.
People have become political party experts.
Political parties.
But we are analysts.
Haven't
we talked about economy this morning?
Yes.
We have talked about finance. We have talked about banking.
See.
So why is it that when we are talking about political parties, now you are tagging us?
Me.
For 4 hours, we have talked about
no,
banking, finance,
let me do this story before we go.
Okay.
All African Games is ongoing.
Okay.
And The guys got 1 gold medal yesterday.
Congratulations.
Yes, they've had about 5 bronze, and yesterday they had a gold medal. That's the men's 4x100 race.
Oh, okay.
So they had gold, and I think that. And
let's get details of this story and know those who were part of the relay team.
Is ongoing.
Nothing.
You can't even hear. If the Yaba people are going somewhere, like by now, they would hear. And the money that they would give them, they will go and then they will not even bring. Sam George will say Indomie pack card, they will not bring.
But I was an 800 meters runner.
I was 4x100.
Yeah, I was an 800
I did so
runner.
well with 4x100.
If you go to KNUST Independence or ask of me.
I
was also a table tennis
today
player.
I am bowing out in Ransford Boachista.
But the PPA boss is going to Martinamidu's office today. You remember that one?
Yes.
Hey, come to my office next week. So it's today. He would have to go to the special prosecutor's office today to go and answer.
We'll follow
it's an ongoing investigation, so I'm not sure later will come out, except when Martinamidu decides to speak.
But he won't speak.
We'll follow, and definitely something will come.
Something
will come. We'll follow and update our listeners.
And the people on social media are also saying that the issue with the boss MDs being resigning is a deliberate attempt. Is an issue of so you go in the 1 year, make as much money as you can, and then you go. Then we'll bring somebody else. You to go and do something.
But how long has this guy been there?
So far in 3 years, we are seeing 3 MDs for Bust. Hello. 3 years, 3 MDs. So if the social media guys are talking about it.
Well, on that note, we would end it here. We'll be back, God willing, tomorrow morning. We are grateful to all of you for your support. The production team, Nancy, Senna, Mr. Soa, Eric, Patrick, all of us, we are grateful for your time. And make time to be with the afternoon team. Sammy Honto and his team will be here in the afternoon as well. So do make time to meet them at 2 o'clock. On that note, to be blessed.
Brighten your morning with good music,
Information,
news, interviews, inspiration, fun, and
education. Your radio just came alive.
From the center of the equator, from the western part of that continent, from the southern part of that country, from the crest of that road, waves are radiating at high speed from gate to gate, door to door, room to room, stereo to stereo, speaker to speaker, from that station Radio Gold or that dial 90.5, where the difference is obviously crystal clear.
That the Bank of Ghana should have